Hello and a pleasant good morning to each and everyone logged on here to Cricket 360 TV for this, the second encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago under-13s and Guyana under-13s. We're coming to you live this morning from the National Cricket Centre in Vancouver. And this is the second game, as I mentioned, in what is a bilateral series of 4 games. The first game, of course, on Tuesday. The second game today, August 4th. The third game on August 6th, which will be Sunday. And the fourth and final game on Tuesday, the 8th. If you recall, for those who were logged in on Tuesday, we had a rained out affair. It is expected to be a 40-over encounter across the bilateral series. On Tuesday, we had a rain stoppage after 3.2 overs. And then another rain stoppage that eventually ended the game after 18.5 overs after the umpires had decided to do 20 overs per side. Just to run through the teams that will be starting in front of you today, run through the teams really quickly and then give you a little idea of some of the nuances of this bilateral series. For Guyana, you have the skipper Brandon Henry, bowlers Davis Holmes, Justin Dowling, who's the nephew of Travis Dowling, Lal Latif, Mackenzie Ramsamy, Sicharan, who's the wicketkeeper, Sigobin, and Silas. For Trinidad and Tobago, skipper Jerome, Sanjeev Bechu, who's come in place of Jordan Julian, who is feeling a little bit unwell. He's expected to be here today as he's feeling a little better. They expect him to come back into the team by Sunday. So Bechu comes in for him. Bolan, Budu, Gera, Khan, Mongru, the brothers, Pamphil, Justin Pamphil, Philip, Siratan, the opener, Singh and Thomas. Of course, in this encounter, 40 overs affair, as I mentioned. We have umpires Sean Wilson, no relation to Joel Wilson, and Angelo Andrews, who have already made their way out to the middle. The Guyanese team, led by their skipper Brandon Henry. Of course, the Trinidad and Tobago batters, the opening batters, still just to be on the boundary rope there, just having a bit of a warm-up still. And we expect them to take the field shortly. Of course, we have a 10 a.m. start in this one. And of course, just some of the nuances in terms of playing conditions and rules. Of course, this 4 fielders are allowed outside the inner ring, will be overs 1 to 10. Then 4 fielders would be allowed outside the circle from 11 to 30. Yes, so there's some nuances. The power play 1 from 1 to 10, 2 players allowed outside of the inner ring. Power play 2, where 4 fielders are allowed outside of the inner ring, 11 to 30, and 31 to 40, the final power play, where 5 are allowed. As you can see here, Boland and Siratan, the opening batters for Trinidad and Tobago, have made their way out to the middle. That's Jaden Siratan and Abdiel Boland. You can see wicketkeeper Sicharan in your shot there. And the opening bowler this morning will be from the Northern End, Thierry Davis, who represents the Multinose Sports Club in Diamond in East Bank, Demerara. So good morning to all those logged in Guyana, looking on at your under-13s. Good morning to those in Demerara and, of course, in the East Bank. And, of course, good morning to the Multinose Sports Club as well. Just to revert to some of the nuances in this encounter, the no balls would be just like the international game. However, there will be no free hit, so the extra ball, the extra run. Up until the 37th over, wides will account for 2 runs, and there'll be no extra delivery. After the 37th over, the final 3 overs, wides will revert to what we are accustomed to with the international game. Of course, in this encounter and across this bilateral series, there is also the impact player rule in place. So we will see, and we'll let you know who the selected impact players are for this game for both of the teams. And we're off and running as umpire Angelo says play, and this one just short of a length here, and Boland is fishing at this one, rocks back his head, as you see there, not really satisfied with his choice of shot. But of course Davis had a good outing in the first encounter. As you remember, the first encounter, Guyana would have also bowled first, and in that first in one of the articles, they wreaked havoc in a rain-interrupted game. And wreak havoc they did. Here's Davis again, just outside the off stump, and this time Boland makes some connection, and I beg your pardon, Siratan makes some connection here down the backward of point, and they come through for the first run of this second encounter. And in that first encounter, Trinidad and Tobago were 43 for 9 after 18.2 overs. And again, it wasn't a rain-interrupted day, albeit the rain eventually meant that we had no play, but definitely no real momentum at all in the Trinidad and Tobago innings. The only double-figure score in that innings was young Zion Phillip, who managed to get to 12 from a 24 deliveries before he was eventually caught out of the bowling of Ramdial. Here's Boland facing his first delivery, and Davis right on target, a bit on the leg stump side, but right on target, similar to the first encounter where Guyana, their bowlers, were pretty much straight in lines, only conceding and just a few wides, 11 wides in that encounter, but of course that would be 11 wides. 5 of them, of course, are counting for 2 runs because of the nuance of the rule. So just 5 wides in the first game, and pretty much straight lines. Yeah, he is again, Davis, on that middle stump line, on a good length, punched away into the covers, and there's no run. So watchful start here from Boland and Siratan. Of course, Thierry Davis in the first encounter, he would have managed to get through his 4 overs in the 20 over, when it was declared a 20 over game. As we see here, one of the many sights that you can see here from Vancouver, planes landing at the Piako International Airport. Just missing his run up there, his Thierry Davis. And he had 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12. And he would have bowled 4 wides. He accounted for 9 of those 11 runs from wides in the first encounter. Total of 5 wides bowled in that encounter. So Guyana definitely showing that they are well-disciplined unit in terms of their bowling. Here he is again on that good length, and a rising delivery just tucked away into the leg side by Boland. And there's no run added to the total. So Siratan and Boland, they only stayed together for 1.2 overs, 8 deliveries, and their opening partnership in that first encounter was a solitary 3 runs. So they'll be hoping today under some lovely conditions. It's bright and sunny down here in central Trinidad. This time just outside the off stump there, and Boland punches away once again. So we've come to the end of the first over, and Trinidad and Tobago, after a watchful 6 deliveries, are 1 without loss. Of course, I say good morning to the manager, Mr. Da Costa, of the Guyana team, who's just handed me a piece of paper with some additional information on some of his players. So during the course of the 40 overs, you're definitely going to get the chance to meet and learn about some of the Guyanese players and the Trinidad and Tobago players. All of them are 13 and under. Some of them already progressing into secondary school. So Micaiah Holmes is going to start the bowling from the southern end, or the administrative building end. And he as well went along really nicely in that first encounter. I'll give you his figures in a moment. Pretty much a regulation field again. We're inside the first power play, which ends after 10 overs. 2 slips being employed here by skipper Brandon Henry. There's a short mid-wicket, a mid-on the leg side. This one a Yorker length delivery, and he gets Sioratan falling over. And really good delivery to start with, and you can already hear the cheers and the horns are coming as we take a look at it here again. A beautiful first delivery, honing in on that leg stump line, and Sioratan did well to get some inside edge, a little edge onto his boot, and way onto the offside. So short mid-wicket, a mid-on, mid-off, extra cover point, and a point fielder on the offside. Here again, a foolish delivery, searching for that Yorker length is Holmes. And the 2 fielders out of the inner ring. In fact, just one outside of the inner ring, and the fine leg fielder. And just outside of your shot at the top left-hand corner of the screen, the fine leg fielder back on the boundary. Holmes honing in on the off-stump line this time, and working up a good head of pace here is young Holmes. Just to go back to his figures in that first encounter, he would have gotten through his 4 overs and no maidens, 11 runs, and he took up 2 wickets. Only bowled that solitary wide in that encounter. Here he is honing in, looking for that leg stump Yorker once again, and this time just straying a little bit, drifting a little more down the leg side this time, but creating some problems here for Sioratan, who's finding him a handful to deal with. And this is the second or third time that Sioratan has fallen over in the shot. So once again, a really good start here from the bowling unit of the Guyanese under 13s. And pretty watchful start from Trinidad and Tobago under 13s. Missing his run up there, his young Holmes. So dead ball signal. This is umpire Sean Wilson standing on the southern end. No relation to Joel Wilson, our international umpire, he tells me. He jokes about having a bigger belly than Joel and all the other umpires. There's Sean Wilson. Here's Holmes on that 4th stump line, really and truly just outside the off stump on a good length. And Sioratan just punches away to point and picked up by the fielder. There's no run added. So Micaiah Holmes, who is from Silver Sand Cricket Club in Maruka in Guyana. So good morning to the Silver Sand Cricket Club. Yeah, he is honing in on the stumps once again. A foolish delivery, a half-hearted appeal from Holmes, but possibly a bit of an inside edge there. So Holmes starts with just 1 over. And his over, no runs from his over. So starting off with a maiden is young Micaiah Holmes. So the Trinidad and Tobago under 13 score remains at 1 without loss. As we see here, the Guyanese flag, or Guyanese flags, in fact, there are 2 smaller flags at the back of the fence supporting the bleachers. That's to the western side of where we're perched in the administration building, the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Club administration building. 2 slips are still being employed here, Ramdiol and Henry himself. This one down the leg side, and the first extra of the innings bowled here by Davis. And of course, once again, the wides are going to count for 2 extra runs, and there'll be no extra delivery until after the 37th over. The last 3 overs, wides will revert to what we are accustomed to in the international arena. In from the northern end is Davis. This time he goes outside the off stump, and an appeal from everyone behind the stumps. as Boland just really hanging his hands out there, fishing at the delivery. And a loud appeal from behind the stumps for an edge, possibly trying to turn that one backward of point. But the foot movement's not really just there yet for young Abdel Boland. He's still yet to score. He's already faced 5 deliveries. This one, another good delivery, straight lines. The modus operandi here of the Guyanese bowlers. Davis honing in on that middle stump line. And he's found himself a good length as well. So a nice, beautiful day down here at the National Cricket Centre in Vancouver. As you can see, the shadows on the pitch. Evidence of the hot sun that is beaming down on us. This one down the leg side again from Davis. Possibly trying to get that leg stump Yorker going, because it's a foolish delivery. However, conceding yet another wide. So 2 runs again will be added. There's Mr. DeCosta, the manager of Rayon DeCosta, the manager of the Guyanese team. This one, middle stump line and foolish in length, and Boland does well. Just a forward defensive shot. So just the wides in the over so far. So 4 runs from the over so far, all coming by way of the wides, which account for 2 runs in this encounter. Davis honing in on that leg stump, hitting on the pad. We're going to have to wait for umpire Andrews' signal. Is it a leg by or is it off the bat? And he raises his leg now, so it is in fact 1 more to the total via the leg by route. And after 3 overs, 5 extras, 4 via the wides and 1 leg by, 6 without loss. Suratan on 1, he's faced 8 deliveries. Boland yet to score, and he's also faced 8 deliveries. As you can see here, wonderful view of the National Cycling Velodrome here in central Trinidad and Vancouver, and of course it's going to be a hub of activity over the next 10 days or so. Of course, the Commonwealth Youth Games get underway today. Tobago 2023. So Micaiah Holmes continues from the southern end. He's going to go over the wicket here now to Abdel Boland. Outside that off stump, Boland is fishing, and a loud appeal from the slips, really and truly, Ramdial and Henry. But the wicketkeeper Sicharano is not really interested, nor was the bowler Micaiah Holmes. But definitely just finding that right line and length. Of course, all these young chaps, 13 and under. Outside the off stump again is Holmes. Rocks back his head in a disappointment, probably wanting to bowl a lot straighter and a lot closer and tighter into the batter, probably. Hence the reaction from the bowler Holmes. And of course, all these chaps, 13 and under, still in the infancy part of their careers. This one outside the off stump again, wide, and Boland is able to really free his arms on this occasion, but not making enough connection to get past the cover fielder. Many of these chaps would be a part of the cricket academy that has started in Guyana over the last 6 months or so. An entire youth academy for cricket. This one is definitely going to be a wide. Losing him, told that the academy from as probably 7, 8 years old, all the way up to the under 19 level. And this one a lot tighter in line this time, a better line from Holmes, also a good length, and Boland does well just to get in behind it and punch it out into the cover region. And the Guyanese Cricket Academy this one down the leg side, and Boland punches into the mid-wicket region, and there's a no run. 8 for without loss after 4 overs, and of course just that solitary run coming off the bat of Sioratan in the first over. So pretty much 7 runs by way of extras so far, 6 of them via 3 wides, which account for 2 runs, and the solitary leg by. So after 4 overs, Trinidad and Tobago 8 without loss. And the Cricket Academy, the Youth Cricket Academy in Guyana, where we're probably going to see in the future many West Indian players. Of course, going to see some players in the years to come who are going to represent Guyana. As we have a shot here, you see the Trinidad flags in the background, and the Trinidad parents and friends and families of the Trinidad players are here, and in the foreground the Guyanese players' families and friends who have traveled from Guyana with them. So a good amount of support here for both of these teams. Still employing 2 slips is Brandon Henry as Davis continues. And this time a loud appeal from behind the stumps again, as this one outside the off stump and foolish length. Sioratan just really fishing at it again. We're getting the front foot halfway forward, but not really getting any momentum in towards the ball. Is a Sioratan, and I make it about 5 loud appeals so far coming from at least the skipper Brandon Henry. This time outside the off stump, and Sioratan is watchful this time, allows it to go by, and taken by wicket keeper Sicharan. Wicket-keeper Sicharan, Lamar Sicharan, who's from Demerara Cricket Club in Georgetown, Guyana. A young chap, he's one of the smaller lads on the team. Reminds me a bit of a gentleman I saw walking around the admin building earlier today, in one David Williams, former West Indies wicket-keeper, Trinidad and Tobago wicket-keeper, also former coach of the Trinidad and Tobago team and manager. Oh, he's lost that one, has he? That one slipped out of the hand, definitely. And going to have 3 runs added to the total. And you can see that Davis really just losing the grip on the ball, and it flew down the leg side, and no chance for Sicharan. And with it, the 2 wides and the run that was made by Sioratan and Boland, 3 more added to the total. So Mr. David Williams is in and around the facility today. This one outside the off stump, and Boland is watchful and lets it go by, taken by Sicharan. And these lads here, the Guyana lads, in fact, they would have arrived early last week, or earlier this week. In fact, we are Friday, today is Friday, so they would have arrived at the beginning of this week. They would have had 2 field trips already to view the West Indies versus India at the Lara Cricket Academy. This one a rising delivery on a good length, and Boland does well to get in behind it and just tuck it down into the leg side. Yeah, so they were at the one-day international on Tuesday, and they were at the T20 International yesterday, and of course welcomed the win by the West Indies yesterday by a solitary 4 runs. But whether 4 runs, 1 run, 100 runs, a win is a win. So West Indian fans will be quite relieved this morning, as Boland just punches this one down to mid-off, and it's picked up in the mid-off region and brings to a close the end of the 5th over, 11 without loss. So definitely welcome signs for West Indies, a bit of a relief, getting up 1-0 in the T20I series. Of course, there are 5 games in that series between the West Indies and India. And Guyana, they're coming your way. The next 2 will be played in Providence. And the final 2 in the 5-match T20I series between West Indies and India will be played in Florida, in Lauderhill. And something I noticed yesterday, and I found it really, really nice to see, is at the end of the game, even before he had taken off his kit and so on, Shimron Hetmyer made his way all the way from the Players' Pavilion all the way to the southwestern end of the field at the Lara Cricket Academy to greet and meet with all these young chaps here of the under-19 team. And you can see from the under-13 teams, I beg your pardon, and these under-13s, you can see they were so pleased. They were like children in a candy store, just munching up every word that Shimron Hetmyer was telling them, getting those pictures. Really nice to see. Holmes continues from the southern end. And again, honing in on that leg stump line. And a bit of a fumble from Ramsamy at mid-off, after a bit of a fumble as well from Holmes himself. And I found it really nice to see Shimron Hetmyer, as soon as the game had ended and they greeted the Indian team and so on and so forth, and make his way across. I mean, a lot of these young chaps would look up to people like Shimron Hetmyer and Romario Shepherd, who come from Guyana and have made it onto the international arena. Holmes honing in on that leg stump again, and Suratan does well here. Just this time, unlike the previous over, a lot more balance in his shot and playing defensively out into the cover region. You see here Mr. Da Costa on the left and Amir Rahman, the head coach, on the right. This time wide outside the off stump, and adjudged so to be a wide by umpire Wilson. And you can hear the horns in the background. Mr. Da Costa on the left, and head coach Amir Rahman on the right hand side is signaling back to the dugout. They've made their way. In fact, they've made their way around the entire playing ground, and probably to just get a look at their charges from different angles. Here's a good delivery, looking for that Yorker again, and punched away past mid-off, and a bit of hesitation between Bolan and Suratan, but definitely once it got past that mid-off fielder, there was definitely a run on offer, and they eventually do come through for that run. But again, Holmes here bowling full as possible, really honing in on Yorker length deliveries on that occasion, just probably missing that Yorker by about 3 inches. And Suratan was up to the challenge and punched past the mid-off fielder in Ramdial. I beg your pardon, Ramsamy, who's standing at mid-off, and an extra run added here. Yes, Holmes fullishing length again, and there's a bit of a fumble in the covers, and they hesitate for the run, but eventually they do come through for that run. And there's that old adage, don't run on a misfield, but definitely Suratan may have been stranded, because he had already made his way about a quarter way down the pitch from the non-striker's end, but with the fumble, even though he stuttered and turned back, Bolan eventually calling him through. So even with the hesitation, they're able to pick up another run. So indeed, a quite better start here now for the Trinidad and Tobago under-13 team. They would have already lost their first wicket by this time in that first encounter, a rained-out encounter. And of course, with no result in that one, it essentially becomes a best of 3. Here's Warner fishing outside the off stump again is Suratan. And with that delivery, we've come to the end of the 6th over. And extras already accounting for 12. Of course, most of those are from wides. Davis has bowled 3. Holmes has bowled 3. And none of them have picked up any wickets just yet. The Trinidad and Tobago supporters, families, friends, and I understand that young Jordan Julian, who didn't play in the first game. He's not playing here today, and they've made a switch and brought in Sanjeev Bechu in his place. Jordan Julian was a bit ill over the last week or so. I understand that this morning he got up and he's feeling a little bit better, so he's expected to be here with his granddad a little later in the day to look on at some of his compatriots. Very meticulous in his field placings is Brandon Henry. Still employing, after 6 overs, is still employing the 2 slips. As Davis continues from that northern end. This one a rising delivery outside the off stump and punched away into the cover region by Boland. And then there's no run. Just going for 8 runs so far in his 3 overs is Davis. Of course, he's had 2 wides, so half of those runs via wides, which again will account for 2 runs. There'll be no extra delivery up until the 37th over, that is, as he misses his run up here. Some of the young lads here who have not made the team today. And this one a foolish delivery on that Yorker stump, Yorker length delivery on honing in on that leg stump is Davis. Boland doing well to bring the bat down. Of course, Tameshwar Dionandan and Mackay Dowlin, the 2 players who have not been selected in this encounter today in the final 11. And Davis here again missing his run-up. And it's going to be interesting to see if any of that sawdust or any of the run-up from that end poses any challenge today. We did have some rain over the last week or so. And he's bowled him there again, honing in on that leg stump line, a foolish delivery, and Boland not up to the task, playing all around it. Of course, he's standing outside leg stump, but playing all around it, down the rog line, and he's lost his leg stump, and there goes the first Trinidad and Tobago wicket, the score on 15, and young Davis has struck again, Thierry Davis, so he's in the wickets once again, inside his 4th over. And really just continuously on that line throughout his spells so far. Really that leg stump line, the odd one on the off and middle stump, but this time really getting through the defenses as a young Jerome makes his way out of the dugout. Riyad Jerome, the captain of this under 13 team. But continue the straight lines, and I'm probably going to say that a million times today while we look at the Guyanese bowling attack, because they do bowl in straight lines, touching down outside the leg stump and just nipping back in towards that leg stump and playing down the wrong line, Abdel Boland, and losing that leg pole. So Abdel Boland bowled by Thierry Davis. So the Guyana under 13s have started well here once again. And all the fans back home in Guyana. Guyana, of course, a really cricket-loving country. I almost said island. I almost forgot that Guyana is the one territory in the West Indies that's not an island, but a territory that definitely loves their cricket, and it shows every time you speak to any one of the Guyanese fans or the parents. They're well invested and they know all the stats, and they're well, very much opinionated, as all of us are in the West Indies. So good morning to all those Guyana fans around the world, in fact, who are tuning in to see their under-13 team and possible future stars of the West Indies or maybe some other franchises around the world. Here's one just outside the off stump, and Jerome playing down the wrong line as well. Possibly thinking that the ball is coming back into him, but probably just nipping away a bit. Thierry Davis, this one just going through with the arm, and probably a shade of paint, and may have taken the off ball with it. Of course, Thierry Davis, a left-handed bowler, and I was told after the first game that he didn't bowl as fast as he can. Here he is, a lifting delivery, shorter in length this time, but again, one line, one length, really and truly, generally, and this occasion honing in on the stumps, but a lifting delivery just short of a good length. And I was told after the first game that Thierry Davis can bowl faster than he really is bowling, or he really did bowl on a Tuesday. Of course, Tuesday he had a lot of trouble with that run-up on the northern end, of course, due to all the rain that we had on Tuesday. And today, drier conditions. Let's see if he works up ahead of steam. This one down the leg side, and no chance for wicketkeeper Sicharan. Picked up by Holmes down at the fine leg boundary. So 2 runs for the wide, and the single brings us to the end of the 7th over. 18 for 1 at Trinidad and Tobago after 7 overs. The batter out so far, young Abdiel Boland. As you see here, Suratan and his skipper, Riyad Jerome, having a bit of a chat mid-pitch. And would be interesting to know what the discussion is, but seems to be a fruitful one. And a decision and some sort of agreement has come to the fore, evidenced by the bumped fists. They have decided on what their plan is, and they're in agreement. And skipper Jerome makes his way to the striker's end. Takes his guard. And Micaiah Holmes will continue from this southern end. He's going to go over the wicket to the right-handed Riyad Jerome. This one he's straying this time. Is Micaiah Holmes, and he rocks his head back just outside of your screenshot. There is Micaiah Holmes rocking his head back, conceding yet another wide. So this morning already they have conceded a number of wides, have the Guyanese team, and possibly trying to get the ball coming back into Jerome. Is Micaiah Holmes. This time he's outside the off stump, and Riyad Jerome just throws his hands at the ball, not making any connection, and goes through to wicketkeeper Sicharan. This morning they've already conceded a number of wides, just really and truly 3 runs are coming off of the bat. 1 run from Boland and 2 from Siratan. So in that total, as this one is punched away into the cover point region by Riyad Jerome, wide outside the off stump once again from Holmes. So out of the 20 runs on the board so far, 17 have come via the extras route, 8 of them being wides, 2 runs for a wide, and 1 leg by in the innings so far. The second slip has already come out. But pretty much a ring of fielders on that offside. And here's one punched back straight to the bowler. This one just angling in just a fraction shorter in length. Not a short ball by any stretch of the imagination, but just short of that good length, rising on a Riyad Jerome. So there's a first slip, a point, cover, an extra cover, and a mid-off, all on the offside. This one directed at the stumps, and Ria Jerome is quite comfortably in behind the line of the ball, and the defense back down the wicket to the bowler. And on the leg side, you have a mid-on, a mid-wicket, backward square, and a fine leg out on the boundary. And this one angling in again, and Ria Jerome does well just to punch this one back down into that backward square region, and an easy single. Trinidad and Tobago at the end of 8 overs are 21 for 1. So really nicely played that one by Ria Jerome, the skipper, in behind the ball. As we see here, the support of the Trinidad and Tobago boys, some of them getting in as much shade as they possibly can, and I can tell you it is a really sunny day so far here in central Trinidad. Young Thierry Davis is going to come in for his 5th over, 1 for 11 from his 4 overs so far. You can see Brandon Henry there, the skipper, and just ensuring from standing at the crease, all the angles are right with all his fielders. Just shifting everyone just a bit straighter on the leg side and a bit squarer on the off. This one honing in at the stumps again, and it's punched away nicely by Jerome, the skipper of the Trinidad and Tobago under 13 teams, and he looks really comfortable, does Ria Jerome, so far. He's only faced 8 deliveries, but he's looked quite comfortable, just really getting in to line with the ball and playing it on its merit. Siuratan, on the other hand, hasn't really found any sort of momentum in his batting as he comes on to the striker's end. Siuratan, he's already faced 14 deliveries and has only picked up 2 runs, so whilst Jerome has faced 8 and picked up 2 already. Davis in again from the northern end. This one just back of a good length and rising on a Siuratan, and he gets in nicely and opens the wrists and punches it backward of point, and there's no run. The interesting thing is, although Siuratan hasn't really gotten any momentum into his batting just yet, it is a 40 over encounter, 40 overs per side, so he does have some to really just get accustomed to the conditions. Of course, we're using the same pitch that we would have used 2 days ago. Here he is, this one fuller from Davis, punched away into the covers by Siuratan, and they come through for an easy run. Ria Jerome turning and looking for the second, but Siuratan was not having that. He was just jogging through to the non-striker's end, and maybe the benefit in that is that the skipper Jerome looks quite comfortable in the 8 deliveries that he's faced so far. Solid in defense and punching away into some of the gaps in the field and picking up a couple of runs so far. And this one outside the off stump and punched away backward of point. Picked up by Sigubin there, Kush Sigubin at backward of point. Sigubin is a right-handed off spinner, so we may see him come into the fray a little bit later on in the piece. Of course, as I mentioned, the 40 overs per side. There's still some 31 overs and 2 deliveries to go in this encounter. We're inside the first power play that ends after the 10th over. Here's Jerome just punching back to mid-off, getting nicely in line, and there's a fumble there at mid-off by Justin Dowling, and luckily for him, the batters don't cross for any runs. So a bit of a discussion between Jerome and Suratan. Probably just letting him know, listen, this is the last ball of the over. Let's look for a single. Let me take a bit more of the strike. Davis, shorter delivery this time, and a punched backward of point, but picked up in the gully region there. So there's no run, but you can see that definitely was the plan for the last delivery. As we come to the end of the 9th over, 23 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago under 13s, and a bowl under the lone victim so far, out for 1. As we see here, it's a nice shot of the Atto Bolden Stadium. And that is just to the west of the cycling velodrome, and just to the northwest of where we're perched. And of course, a facility named after a very famous Olympian, and guides in the US of A, and does a lot of track and field commentary and track and field coaching as well. Responsible for Brian Williams from Jamaica. Break. Spread his field if he so chooses. A 4 outside in the covers, but there's no run. And Ramdiol was actually halfway through his 4th over when the rains did eventually. I'll give you his figures in a moment from that abandoned game. Result 3.5 over, 2 maidens, 2 runs, 2 wickets. So 2 for 2. He was after 3.5 overs on Tuesday, and then the rains came, and eventually that was the end of the game. Ramdiol again a fullish length, this time wider outside of the off stump. So 2 deliveries remaining in the first power play. And after the power play is completed, we will have the first drinks break. Ramdiol, a nice flighted delivery, fullish length again. And Suratan does well to bring the front foot forward and just punch into the covers. A no run. And what Suratan should recognize, and we would hope, even at this young stage in his career, is that the longer you stay, it should get easier for batting. This one, he's flashing a foolish delivery outside that off stump, and he flashes at it, not making any contact, through to wicketkeeper Zicharan. So at the end of 10 overs, Guyana under 13s versus Trinidad and Tobago under 13s. The Trinidad and Tobago under 13s are 25 for 1. And as signaled by umpire Wilson, we're going to have the first drinks break, as we see some of the Trinidad and Tobago fans here, some of the parents keeping themselves hydrated with some water. It is definitely a hot day. So while the players make themselves, avail themselves of some needed refreshments, we're also going to do so. And we'll rejoin you in about 2 minutes' time. Hello and welcome back to each and everyone logged on here at Cricket 360 TV. And for this encounter, Trinidad and Tobago under 13 versus Guyana under 13. We've had the water break, the first water break at the end of the power play, the first power play being that of 10 overs. The next power play, as we see here, the signal from umpire Andrews. The first power play is now completed. This second power play where 4 fielders can be outside of the inner ring will go up until the 30th over. So after 10 overs, the power play score for Trinidad and Tobago 25 for 1. So from 11 to 30, the second power play, Brandon Henry, as you see here in your shot, number 69, he can have up to 4 fielders outside of the inner ring. However, he's chosen to have, in fact, a 4-3 field. So in fact, everyone is inside the circle bar the fine leg. And the first delivery after the drinks break. And Mackenzie has come on to bowl from the northern end and strays down the leg side. And it's actually signaled wide by umpire Andrews. And just a reminder, if you're just joining us in this encounter, up until over number 37, wides will account for 2 runs. There will be no extra delivery after the 37th over, the final 3 overs of the innings. Then wides would account for 1 run and 1 extra delivery. Over the wicket is Mackenzie into Jerome, and he's punched it away into the mid-wicket region, and there's no run. So Raphael Mackenzie here, who is quite a tall chap, himself and Thierry Davis, as opposed to Micaiah Holmes, and working up he does have quite a high release point, given that he is probably the tallest on the team. He is honing in, and you can see there in your shot, he is a lot quicker than Micaiah Holmes. He is a lot quicker than Thierry Davis, and honing in on that off-stump line. And again, punched away by Riyad Jerome, the skipper of the Trinidad and Tobago team. Punched away into the offside, and there's no run. And Brandon Henry, really a chap who is really specific in terms of where he places his field, as you will see throughout the broadcast. He's always adjusting. And this one just on that off-stump line, on back of a good length, rising at Jerome. And he tucks it away down to mid-on, and it's picked up in the field at mid-on by Justin Dowling, who's the nephew of Travis Dowling, former Guyanese in first-class player. This one a fuller length, Yorker length, but punched away, turned away down to fine leg by Riyad Jerome, and they come through for 2 runs. So dealt with nicely by Riyad Jerome, who has looked quite comfortable today, as opposed to Tuesday when he did come in to bat. On Tuesday, Captain Riyad Jerome was actually bowled by Thierry Davis, and he only scored 3 runs, so he's already gone past his 3 runs from the rained out game on Tuesday. Has Riyad Jerome. Mackenzie honing in on that off stump, fullish length, and Jerome just prods forward and pushes out into the leg side, and there's no run. At the end of 11 overs, Guyana under 13s who won the toss and chose to bowl have Trinidad and Tobago under 13s 29 for 1. So Brandon Henry, the skipper of this Guyanese under 19 team, is very meticulous in terms of his field placings, as you would see many a time, as you can see at the top right hand of your screen there, just beyond, just around the sponsor's logo, that Henry is adjusting his fielders, calling them in, adjusting them square. And he is a very inquisitive young chap, I must say. I had a chance to meet him, and he's really inquisitive. He came upstairs next to our cameraman during the rain break, and he was asking about how the camera works and what does it do, and he's very inquisitive, eager to learn. Here's Ramdale continuing from the southern end, though, just outside the off stump, and Suratan punches in to the offside. And he even asked me, can I go inside? He wanted to come inside to the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board Administration building where our producer and our commentators sit. Ramdale just honing in a foolish length outside the off stump, punched into the covers again by Suratan, bringing the foot forward and punching into the covers. No run, and he was almost a shy kind of request, can I go inside? And he came inside, and he got to meet our producer Jason and saw all the equipment, the laptops and the screens and so on. This one down the leg side, and we're going to have to wait and see if it touched anything, but it runs down just down to fine leg, and the captain himself has to give chase from first slip. And the signal is a leg by umpire Wilson. So just the 2 runs added, the 1 run, I beg your pardon, added to the total. And possibly there may have been 2 runs on offer. The ball trickled down to fine leg, but straying down the leg side was Richard Ramdale, who's also the vice captain of this Guyana U13 team. And you see there again at the top right of your screen, Brandon Henry adjusting the field as Rhea Jerome comes in to strike. He's still adjusting his field as Brandon Henry. He has a nice bright smile on his face, a very inquisitive young chap. You see there the hand signals, just moving his fielders. Ramdale himself as well adjusting the field, who's the vice captain. And this one a shorter length by Ramdale, but on that off and middle line. And the Rhea Jerome just gets in line with the delivery and punches back down the pitch to the bowler. And this one honing in on that off stump line. Good length from Ramdale. Ramdale, who's from Rose Hill in Kanji. I say good morning to all those in Rose Hill and the Cumberland, the Burb East area. Here's one popped up into the air, and an easy catch there for Lal, and probably just sticking in the wicket as Rhea Jerome, the skipper, tried to just turn it into the leg side. We're going to have to take a look at it again, but Ramdale makes the breakthrough here. Flatter delivery and down the leg side, but playing too early definitely was skipper Jerome, and popping it up into the short mid-wicket region, and a nice simple catch, as easy as you like for Bhumish Lal in the short mid-wicket region. So he hasn't troubled the score as much today either, has the skipper, and he has to make his way back to the pavilion for just the solitary 4 runs. And Trinidad and Tobago now 30 for 2 after 12 overs. You take a look at it here again, a flatter delivery going down the leg side, and the skipper tried to turn it onto the leg side, and just getting that leading edge, popping it up into the mid-wicket region, as a young Justin Pamphil makes his way out to the middle, wearing the number that is famously worn by probably the greatest batter ever to live, Brian Charles Lara, number 9. So the end of the 12th over, bringing some reward for the Guyanese team, and young Justin Pamphil will not have to take strike. The last delivery of the 12th over being the rewarded delivery, so to speak. And just Suratan is going to be taking strike. The bowler Mackenzie, Raphael Mackenzie, who is in fact the impact sub in this encounter, impact bowler. Here he is working up some good pace. Here is Mackenzie honing in at the stumps on that off stump line, but Suratan is nicely in behind it into the covers, and they take 1 run. So that brings the new batter in Justin Pamphil on to strike. And Justin Pamphil, who is also the vice captain of this under 13, the Trinidad and Tobago under 13 team. So Trinidad and Tobago 31 for 2 after 12 overs in a spot of bother. But they do have some 28 overs still to bat. 27 and 5 deliveries, in fact. 27 overs and 5 deliveries to bat. So it would do them well just to really be watchful. Probably give themselves an opportunity to get a start. Here's this one straight on that middle stump line by Mackenzie. And Justin Pamphil in behind the line of the ball, tucking it down into the leg side. There's no run. So Trinidad and Tobago 31 for 2. And you would think that Justin Pamphil and Suratan already facing 26 deliveries probably would have to bat all the way down into the 30th over and beyond. Here's Justin Pamphil nicely in behind the line of this one. That's on the off stump line. Just a fullish length. Punches to point and there's no run. But definitely you don't want to have a situation where the opening batter Bolan is already back in the hutch, the captain Ray Jerome is already back in the hutch, and you have a situation like Tuesday where there's a slide and multiple wickets, as this one Mackenzie shorter in length, a rising delivery outside the off stumper that Pamphil just tucks away to backward of point. So Trinidad and Tobago being quite watchful here is Justin Pamphil, who's just come to the crease, and Suratan, who's been there from the start. Mackenzie here again, a fuller length, and calling him through is Justin Pamphil for the single, and a well-judged single indeed. A foolish delivery from Mackenzie, and Pamphil punching down to mid-off and calling Suratan through for that single. And definitely well judged, because Lal, who is standing there at mid-off, was actually a bit on his heels, and he's actually on the edge of the inner ring, and he was a bit slow to get to the ball. So well judged single indeed. He's now going to be standing at mid-off for the left-hander, but he was at mid-on for the right-hander is Lal. This one a middle stump line, short of a good length, and picked up there in the cover region, the extra cover region. And there's no run. So at the end of a 13, Trinidad and Tobago under 13s 32 for 2. And the camaraderie of being West Indians definitely evident on show here. One of the parents of in the Trinidad and Tobago setup, having a little chat with one of the Guyanese parents, and it's always nice to see that as West Indians we always remember that we are one. There's more that brings us together than separates us. As you see here some of the Trinidad and Tobago supporters and the Guyanese supporters all perched on the bleachers and under the tents that are to the western end and the southwestern end of the National Cricket Centre in Couva. So over number 14 will be bowled by Ramdial, Richard Ramdial, the under 13 Guyana team. And this one a really slow delivery on middle stump, and it just almost like the delivery never got to Pamphil. He had to wait eons for the delivery to get to him. This one on the off stump line, fuller length, and again bowling really slowly here is a Ramdial. He's definitely changed his pace from his first couple of overs. And this one on the leg stump line, and nicely forward is Justin Pamphil, and punches back down the pitch to the bowler. This one outside the off stump, and takes an edge and pops up into the cover region, but the fielders are all pretty much 3/4 way back to the inner ring, so no chance of a catch being taken. But getting that one to just bounce a little extra was Ramdial. And this one nicely lighted delivery and ends up being a full toss. Copious amounts of flight from Ramdial. And the full toss punched back to mid-off by Justin Pamphil. He may be bowling slowly, but he is getting through his over at a rapid pace. This one flatter and an inside edge from Justin Pamphil. And although he's bowling the deliveries slowly, he is running through his overs. Is Ramdial. He's already completed the 14th over. And I make it probably about 45 seconds that he took to bowl that 14th over. And maiden over it is. No runs in that over. At the end of 14, the score remains at 32 for 2. So, of course, this encounter between Trinidad and Tobago under 13 and Guyana under 13, it also occurred last year when Trinidad and Tobago visited Guyana, and they came out victorious in the encounters on that occasion. Mackenzie continues from the northern end. This one honing in on that off-stump line, fullish length, and Suratan punches away to mid-off, and there's no run. Of course, the under 13 encounter here, the brainchild of Mr. Assam Basarath, Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board President, CWI Vice President, and of course Mr. Basarath believes in the development of cricket from as young an age as possible. There's Mackenzie, this one a little bit shorter, and Suratan has a little fish at it as it goes past his off stump. Well taken by Suratan. Sicharan, I beg your pardon, the wicketkeeper. And of course Mr. Basarath believes that this can possibly be the start of a regional under 13 that will be the feeder ground for under 15, under 17, under 19 levels, and in future, of course, being a feeder ground for West Indies cricket. Here's one just outside the off stump, and Suratan punches into the covers. So definitely a welcome initiative as launched by Mr. Basarath. And of course, thank you to Price Club and Tiger Tanks as well, the two title sponsors of this bilateral series between Guyana and Trinidad under 13s. Mackenzie, and he's bowled him this time on the middle stump line, just holding the line as it came in towards Suratan. Suratan playing probably for the angle of the ball coming into him, but as we see it here, the ball really just on that off stump line. And yes, just hit the top of off. All coaches will tell you as a bowler, and hit the top of off. Definitely Mackenzie did, and Suratan has to go back to the pavilion. As we take a look at it here again, a really fine delivery from a young Mackenzie, who's been working up a head of steam here, coming in from that northern end. And Suratan makes his way back to the pavilion. And out comes the top scorer from the rain-abandoned game on a Tuesday in Zion Phillip, who looked, of all the batters on Tuesday, Zion Phillip looked pretty much the one who had the most intent, and he was willing to use his feet to the spinners and move around his crease laterally, even to some of the faster bowlers. He was very much willing to move around and get inside the line of the ball, tuck away to the leg side, back away and tuck away on the off side. And he indeed would have been the top scorer in that first encounter. So Raphael Mackenzie has made another breakthrough here for Guyana under 13s, and the third wicket down for Trinidad and Tobago. Raphael Mackenzie, who is also from the Berbice area, so of course a pleasant good morning to all those watching in from the Berbice region. He's from Firish in Boobies. Just at the top of his mark, in to bowl now again, and this one just outside of the off stump and punched away down to third man, opening the wrist nicely is Zion Phillip, and getting the ball down to that third man region, picking that gap between the wicket keeper and the gully fielder. So already evidence of his promise, his potential on show here by Zion Phillip, his caliber as a batter. So Raphael McKenzie from Rose Hall Town, a youth and sports club. So good morning to Rose Hall. As I say that, McKenzie misses his run-up. So Rose Hall and Rose Hill. Of course, he's from Rose Hall. And Ramdiol, his vice captain, is from Rose Hill. Here he is. This one outside the off stump, and Justin Pamphil plays on the up over the cover fielder into the vacant region, and they come through for two, thinking of the third, but there's no third run as the fielders do well to chase it down. But this one definitely played over the inner ring, and at the end of the 15th over, 35 for 3. The Trinidad and Tobago on the 13s. Suratan would have made a 6, 4 by Riyad Jerome, and 1 from Boland. The 3 batters out so far. As we can hear in the background, there's some evidence of the support here at the National Cricket Centre for both teams. Ramdiol continues from the southern end. This one flatter and a lot quicker than the last over that he bowled. And Phillip just gets in behind the ball and punches away to the point region. Some adjustments in the field here now, as Ramdiol has chosen to send his square leg back onto pretty much the edge of the inner ring. Brings him a little bit straighter rather than squarer. So it's coming even straighter, almost into a mid-wicket sort of a region. There's Ramdiol. This one a foolish length on that middle stump line. And Zion Phillip does well just to bring the front foot forward and play a nice forward defensive shot. Missing his run up here, and umpire Wilson signals a dead ball. So Ramdiol, another slow delivery, and extracting just a fraction of turn there, touching down on and about the middle stump and turning into the off stump. Nicely defended by Zion Phillip. This one flatter and faster by Ramdiol. So he's mixing up his pace here, is Ramdiol, as he's already bowled 3.4 overs and he's already picked up 1 wicket and only gone for 3 runs. So really adjusting the field and changing his pace quite a lot, his lines and lengths as well. This one a nice flighted delivery outside the off stump, foolish in length, and it's picked up there in the cover region. This one a little more flight than the previous delivery, and Pamphil just punches down to mid-on at the end of the 16th over. And just that solitary run in the over, and Trinidad and Tobago move on to 36 for 3. So Mackenzie is going to continue from that northern end, and he's marking his run up to come over the wicket. In the previous over, he got that wicket of Siratan going around the wicket and angling the ball back into the left-hander. On this occasion, choosing to go over the wicket to the left-handed Zion Phillip, who has a nice open stance. Here he is just getting in behind the line of the ball and punches his way into the mid-wicket region. It's picked up and there's no run. Zion Phillip, really a tiny lad when you stand next to him. Of course, he's still in the infancy of his career, and he's probably going to grow some inches over the next 6 or 7 years. But again, one of those tiny lads, small in stature, just like David Williams, who's around the facility today, having an eye on these young chaps. As this one, a foolish delivery from Mackenzie's punch into the covers by Phillip, and there's no run. So Zion Phillip, who is now been called by Justin Pamphil, who's probably seen something, and that just giving some advice here to Zion Phillip, probably letting him know, listen, you're doing well, let's see how we can pick up a couple of singles here, get some momentum. And this one, a rising delivery, of course rising being relative to the short stature of Zion Phillip, but Mackenzie on that good length. And again, the evidence here of the discipline of the Guyanese under 13 bowlers. Really straight lines, wicket to wicket bowling, saving apart the early troubles they had with a couple of wides from Holmes and Davis earlier in the innings. But pretty much, and as I've said that this one is probably going to be called a no ball. It is a signal the no ball by umpire Wilson, who's at a square leg. Of course, the no ball, there will be no free hit, as we see here evidence of the no ball being officially called here now by umpire Andrews. So there will be no free hit for no balls, but the delivery will have to be rebowled, and there's 1 run added to the total. They also managed to come through for the single on that no ball, but barring that, he is Mackenzie short of a good length, and Pamphil just getting in behind the line of the ball and tucking away to square leg. And despite that no ball, Mackenzie in the 22 deliveries he's delivered so far, he's pretty much been on that stump to stump line, and he's been rewarded for it with the wicket of Suratan, the opener, for 6 runs in his previous over. This one a foolish length, and Pamphil lifts it over the mid-wicket fielder, and it's going to run perilously close to the rope. Of course, the outfield is quite a heavy outfield, and these chaps are also very small in stature and probably not possessing the power of some of their older counterparts. But nonetheless, they managed to take 2 runs down to that mid-wicket boundary region. So Mackenzie in again, and this one honing in again at those stumps. And Sicharan, well aware that the batter had just drifted out of his crease there. And at the end of 17 overs, Trinidad and Tobago under 13s are 40 for 3, going along slowly but nicely. And as you look away to the east and the northeast of us, not so much welcome signs, not so much welcome shots here, as we see some evidence of some rain coming in, and this is actually the direction, for those who may not be familiar, that's the direction that the rain comes from generally, the east and the northeast. And as I look through the window where we're perched, I can see that it is already raining in the northeastern part of Trinidad here. So 17 overs have already been completed though, so we're fast approaching the halfway mark in the innings, and Ramdial is going to continue here. This one just honing in on that off stump line, and Philip doing well just to come forward and defend. Back down the pitch. So Ramdial really getting through his overs really quickly. This one a foolish delivery and honing in on the middle stump. Zion Philip doing well to bring his hands down and a punch back down to the bowler. So pretty much watchful is Zion Philip. Here he is from the moment the bowler was coming in. You can see that Zion Philip was sizing up to hit that one. He had changed the grip of his bat in his hand as Ramdial was coming in. And an attempted sweep shot, but unfortunately not making any contact. But you can see the evidence there. Zion Philip willing to try different things. This one, has he gotten an edge on this one? Another sweep shot. Questions being asked. Leg before, is it? No. Caught behind, is it? No, says umpire Wilson. So a lot of stuff happening here. And Justin Pamphil has run all the way down to the striker's end to have a word with his counterpart Zion Philip. And probably telling him, hey, what are you doing? We can't afford to lose another wicket here now. But the evidence here, as Zion Philip came to the crease, I did say that he is the innovative and industrious batter of the entire lineup of Trinidad and Tobago under 13s. He does try a lot of things. You see here now, probably that was the word from Pamphil as he punches this one to backward a point. Does Zion Philip. Probably Pamphil told him, let's not try those innovative shots just yet. Let's get a little bit deeper in the innings. Let's play proper cricket shots here. And this one again nicely in behind the line of the delivery. That's on off stump and punching away to point. And the end of the 18th over. Another maiden over. And Trinidad and Tobago 40 for 3. As we see here, wickets apiece for Davis, Ramdial and Mackenzie. And Holmes, the only bowler so far not to have any wickets. And some more Trinidad and Tobago support. In fact, there you can see these gentlemen who are definitely well knowledgeable of the game, as we have a bowling change from the northern end. You can see there those elderly gentlemen explaining how he should be playing his shots. So Latif, Riaz Latif is going to come in to bowl from the northern end. Is that the trophy for the best producer of the year? As we have some fun here in the administration building. Latif into bowl, and this one is tucked away nicely from Justin Pamphil. Backward of square. A little fumble, but they have already come through for that single. Here's the leg spinner Latif in again, getting the ball just to come back into Pamphil, who tucks away onto the leg side, and they run through for another single. So Riaz Latif, left-handed, I beg your pardon, a right Zion Philip. Now, of course, Philip was the one who tucked away until the leg side and came through for the single. So Pamphil now will be on strike, prodding forward to a ball that seemingly just getting a bit of grip and coming back into him. And Riaz Latif is from Transport Sports Club. So good morning to this Transport Sports Club. This one, the middle stump line, and turning away down the leg side, and it's taken by Sicharan, and it's called and adjudged a wide by umpire Andrews. So Riaz Latif from Transport Sports Club, coming from Campbellville in Georgetown. This one a nice flighted delivery and punched away nicely through the cover region by Pamphil, but there's no run as the fielder does well to come around from cover and pick up. So good morning to all those in Georgetown, in Campbellville. This one, he's having a go at this one outside his off stump, getting the inner portion of the bat, and it goes down to short fine leg. The backward square fielder runs around and does the cleaning up. So at the end of a 19, Trinidad and Tobago going steadily at a 45-for-3. And the not out batters, Zion Phillip on 3 from 16 deliveries, and Justin Pamphil on 7 from 20 deliveries. So Brandon Henry, the skipper, is going to be coming in to bowl from the southern end. So he's ringing in the changes in terms of his bowling changes here now. And again, you can see here how meticulous he is with his field as he employs a first to slip into bowl. And this one, keeping a bit low is that one. And Justin Pamphil doing well to bring the bat down on that one. And probably not getting up as much as he would have expected, Justin Pamphil. So here's Brandon Henry, the skipper, in, and this one almost sneaking through and taking Pamphil on the pads. But the appeal, nothing doing with the appeal, possibly, and look at it here again, possibly outside the leg stump on pitching. And it's difficult to tell on our angle where it pitched, but it was definitely turning down leg side. This time he's outside the off stump, and flatter and faster is the skipper, Henry. And that one, the appeal 2 deliveries ago, you can see definitely from our angle that the ball was turning down the leg side. So an off spinner here, and this time he struck him on the pad again, and loud appeal, but possibly more of the same, turning down the leg side. So left hand orthodox is Brandon Henry. So he's turning the ball in towards the left-handed Pamphil. So the chances of the ball going down the leg side are greater. As we see the management staff, this one a full toss and just over the head of the mid-off fielder. It's going to trickle away into the boundary and getting the treatment it deserved. A full toss here from skipper Henry, and Justin Pamphil getting down on one knee and hiking over that mid-off fielder. He would have probably had to stand on the shoulders of Jason Holder to take that catch, the mid-off fielder. But a well-timed shot and a welcome boundary, the first boundary of the innings from Justin Pamphil. As Brandon Henry continues and foolish delivery outside the off stump, and Pamphil forward defensive back down the pitch, bringing us to the end of the 20th over. So at the halfway mark in this 40 over per side encounter, Trinidad and Tobago are 49-for-3. So, 20 overs have been completed in this encounter, 40 overs per side. Trinidad and Tobago on the 13s versus Guyana on the 13s. And umpire Andrews has just signaled at the start of the 21st over by Latif that after this over, we're going to have another order break. Here's the leg spinner, flighted delivery outside the off stump, but way outside the off stump. And a wide adds 2 more to the total, bringing 51 on the board. So the 50 for Trinidad and Tobago coming in the 21st over. 51 for 3, Trinidad and Tobago. And here's one a lot closer this time to the batter, but too full on this occasion. And Philip just punches away backward of point, and they come through for the single. So going along nicely here is Pamphil and Philip, and Pamphil has progressed nicely all along to 11 from 26 deliveries, and Philip, of course, Zion Philip, the very much more industrious of the batters in this team, or probably the most industrious batter, trying a couple of things in that 17 deliveries. Here's one honing in on that middle stump, and Justin Pamphil forward defensive as easy as you like, and there's no run. But definitely Zion Philip, really a couple of sweep shots and not making any connection, but definitely looking to try different things. Here's one just outside the off stump, and Pamphil does well to get in line and punch it back down again, down the pitch, back down to the bowler. Latif here, foolish delivery, and Pamphil is down on one knee trying to hoik into the mid-wicket region. There is a huge gap in that mid-wicket region. There is a short mid-wicket in place inside the inner ring, but behind him is pretty much so much open space you could actually put it up for rent if you wanted. There's so much open space out there. Yeah, he is outside the off stump is Latif, and Pamphil just tucks away, getting in line with the delivery, tucks away backward of a square. There's no run. The end of the 25th over, the end of the 21st over, I beg your pardon, 52 for 3 are Trinidad and Tobago. And with that, we're going to make ourselves available for some drinks, just as the players have made themselves available on the boundary line for some drinks, as called the drinks break by the umpires. So we're going to take about a 2-minute break here, get some refreshments, and we'll be right back with you. So welcome back after the second drinks break in this first innings, the first innings of this second encounter in the bilateral series between the Guyana U13 national team and the Trinidad and Tobago U13 national team. At the end of 21 overs out of 40 overs, Trinidad and Tobago U13s are 52 for 3. The not-out batters so far: Abdiel Boland for 1, Riyad Jerome, the captain, for 4, and Jaden Sioratan for 6. The not-out batters as we resume here from the southern end with Brandon Henry, the skipper of Guyana, bowling. This one, a loud appeal from the skipper, and the person that matters in Sean Wilson is unmoved. He shakes his head and tells him no. The not-out batters as we resume here: Zion Phillip on 4 from 18, and Justin Pamphil on 11 from 30. Zion Phillip is on strike, and he has a little off at this one way outside his off stump. He makes no contact, I don't think. We'll have to wait and see from the umpire, but going past the wicket-keeper down to third man, and they're going to pick up 2 runs, and as signaled here by umpire Wilson, indeed there was no bat on it. So a couple of byes added to the total. So Brandon Henry, the skipper of the Guyana team, from Transport Sports Club as well. So a couple of lads from the Transport Sports Club in this national team. And this one is wide outside the off stump, and it is indeed extracting a bit of grip and a bit of turning back in towards the off stump, but well watched by Zion Phillip. And he's not ready just yet, is Zion Phillip. Brandon Henry trying to rush through his overs, you can see here. And again, very meticulous in his field placings is Brandon Henry. This one a flatter and full. Zion Phillip comes forward, pushes back down the pitch. Was Zion Phillip made it 12 in that previous encounter when the rains came, and Trinidad and Tobago were 9 wickets down for 43 runs in that last encounter on Tuesday. And Pamphil only made 1 in that innings, so Pamphil already going 1,000% more than what he did in that first encounter. This one wide outside the off stump, and Phillip is throwing the hands at it, not making any contact, and wicketkeeper Sicharan takes it comfortably. At the end of 22 overs, Trinidad and Tobago 54 for 3. As we see here, Mr. De Costa and Mr. Rahman, the coach and the manager of the Guyana team, having a little walk around. They were actually positioned, I should say, at what would be the southeastern end of the ground. As you look at it, would be bottom right of your screen. That's the southwestern end, and umpire Andrews is standing at the northern end. Young Latif, Riaz Latif from the Transport Sports Club, comes in to bowl his leg spins to Justin Pamphil, who is nicely in behind this one, and probably surprised a bit by some of the spin. It seems to have taken him on the arm by his reaction. We're going to have to see it again. But definitely a bit of spin on offer here, a bit of turn in this surface. So these batters will do well to be quite watchful. This one a flatter and quicker, and Justin Pamphil cuts away at it, and there's no run on offer because it went straight to the fielder. And Zion Phillip, he's been adjudged to be out. He has not grounded his bat. So Justin Pamphil played the shot. It went to the cover fielder. Zion Phillip left his crease and made it halfway down the pitch looking for the run, was sent back by Pamphil, and he was doing everything right. Here was Zion Phillip keeping his eye on the ball where it was coming from, going back to his crease. But as the ball came in and he got out of the way of the delivery, it hit the stumps directly. And you can see there just below his left leg, his bat is not in his crease. So he did not ground behind the crease. And umpire Andrews, on the appeal of the direct hit, judging him out. And unfortunately, Zion Phillip has to go back to the pavilion for 4 runs. Really unfortunate, because he was doing everything right. There was no run on, first of all. And he made it the halfway down the pitch, but he was well on his way back to getting into his crease. And he was looking at the ball coming in, and on trying to evade the ball, he just did not get his hand over the line and ground the bat. So Sanjeev Bechu, who has come into the team, he was not in the original 14, but he has come into the team because of the illness to Jordan Julian. And Sanjeev Bechu makes his way out to the middle. And Zion Phillip, really unfortunate not to still be out there, but he has to go back for 4 runs. So Guyana making a breakthrough, but I must say definitely a great throw, in fact, from the cover region. And I couldn't make out just yet who was the fielder, but I'll get that information for you, because he had some 25 yards. He was about 25 yards away, and he threw from about 25 yards away and hit the stumps directly from that cover region. So Latif continues to Justin Pamphil, who is prodding forward, struck on the pad. Loud appeal from everyone, in fact. The loud appeal came from all the fielders and all the Guyanese support just to the west of us here. And this one, of course, pitching well outside the leg stump, so can't be adjudged the leg before. Skipper Brandon Henry has positioned himself at first slip, looking for the wickets now, and this one, having a go at this one, is a Pamphil down on one knee, looking for that sweep shot. Ball turning back into him, making any contact, and just ricocheting off his hip, going through to Sicharan, the wicketkeeper. So Trinidad and Tobago still some 17 overs and 2 deliveries to bat. The score on 54. This should manage to get up to 100 runs. This one, a Pamphil, nicely in behind this one and punching out into the cover region. There's no run. The projected score at present is just about 94 runs, I beg your pardon, as we see another one of those private jets, if you will, that is lining up to land at the Piaco International Airport, which is to the northeast of us. At the end of the 23rd over, 54 for 4, Trinidad and Tobago. So the projected score so far is 94 runs. The current run rate at 2.3 overs. And Bechu and Pamphil will want to take this as deep as possible. Stitch together a partnership, because that's exactly what was happening with Zion Phillip and Justin Pamphil. They were stitching together a nice partnership. Although they may have been just scoring at 2.25 runs or 2.5 runs and over, they were batting really untroubled and really looking possibly to make their way down to the 30th over before starting to open the shoulders and open the arms. So the modus operandi here for Sanjeev Bechu, who's going to come on to strike now to face Captain Brandon Henry. Sanjeev Bechu will want to stay as long as possible with Justin Pamphil, who is now well set, having faced 36 deliveries. That's 6 overs that Justin Pamphil has already been out there. So stitch together a partnership and go as deep as possible in the innings. This one outside off stump and turning further away from the batter, from the left arm orthodox off spin of Brandon Henry. Brandon Henry from Diamond and East Bank Demerara. So pleasant good morning to all those in Demerara, all those in the East Bank, all those in the East Coast as well. Henry straighter line here and tucked away into mid-wicket by Bechu, but there's no run. So again, Bechu coming into the team for Jordan Julian, who we expect to see here a little later today, as I'm told he's feeling a lot better, and his granddad is going to bring him down to cheer on his colleagues. This one from Brandon Henry, full right up under the bat, honing in on that middle stump. And Bechu just prodding forward, pushing back down the pitch. Henry again honing in on those stumps, and that's been the discipline and the modus operandi of the Guyana U13 national team and their bowlers. Here again, and there's one that's just touching down outside off stump and turning away. Copious amounts of a turn there extracted from Brandon Henry. And luckily Bechu with that tentative prod forward, no edge found. This one straying down the leg side a bit. This one taking a Bechu on the pad. Polite inquiry. And we see here evidence. Wickets apiece for Davis, Ramdial, Mackenzie, Latif, Henry and Holmes are pretty much very economical nonetheless. And the fourth wicket, which would not be evidence on the bowling card, would be that of the run out, which I'm waiting on my producer to let me know who was the fielder who made that run out. As you see some clouds to the north of us, but definitely those clouds that you see to the north of us have already passed us, and they're no threat to the National Cricket Centre in Couva. All that rain is making its way westward towards the capital city of Port of Spain. So if you're looking at us from the capital city in Port of Spain, be aware that there is a submarine coming towards you. Hope you have your umbrellas with you, as leg spinner Latif continues from that northern end. And this one on the off stump, turning back in towards Pamphil. He tucks away into the mid-wicket region and picked up in the mid-wicket. So 3 overs, just 8 runs coming from Latif. This one, Pamphil just rocking back a little bit, giving himself some freedom to bring the arms through the line of the ball and punch back to the bowler. Still one slip employed here by Brandon Henry. This one a foolish delivery, and nicely through the line of the ball is Justin Pamphil making full contact. A wonderful timing over the wide mid-on region. As you see here, flighted delivery from Latif, and Pamphil just clearing his front leg through the line of the ball, angling the bat towards a wide mid-on and picking up a welcomed boundary here, the second boundary of the innings for Trinidad and Tobago. Moving the score on the 58 for 4. They'll need a few more of these, will Trinidad and Tobago, to get to some score of respectability that they can defend. Flighted delivery on this occasion from Latif, and Pamphil just punches into the covers. There's no runs, but definitely this is the evidence of staying there for as long as possible. He's faced 40 deliveries, so he's been there for some time, and batting seems to be getting a little bit easier for him in Justin Pamphil, as he pushes back down into the mid-on region. A ball delivered on the leg stump line from Latif. So the longer that you do stay, generally in any format of cricket, it generally would allow you to have better batting conditions, especially under the hot sun. This one pushed wide of him. The final delivery of the 25th over. At the end of 25, 58 for 4, Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, the 4 batters out so far. Abdiel Boland, bowled by Davis for 1, Jerome for 4, Suratan for 6, and Philip, Zion Philip, would have been run out 2 overs or so ago for 4 runs. Justin Pamphil is going along nicely here on 15 from 42 deliveries. Bechu, Sanjeev Bechu, has just joined him and is still to get off the mark after 6 deliveries. So skipper of the Guyanese team, Brandon Henry, continues from the southern end. Bowling here to Sanjeev Bechu, who is prodding forward. There's an appeal for caught behind, but the appeal really and truly comes from the captain and the Guyanese supporters. The wicketkeeper just basically following his captain. But it would be interesting to look at it again, because touching down on off stump and turning away from Bechu was Henry. This one foolish, and extracting copious amounts of turn here is Brandon Henry. So as much as I've said that batting should be easier, with the spinners like Henry in operation here, it seems that the ball is turning a mile. Here's one, a foolish delivery, foolish in length, and the Bechu just punches away into the mid-wicket region, and there's no run. Brandon Henry pitching this one up, right up under the bat. Bechu prods forward a forward defensive shot and pushes back down to the bowler. And in fact, ricochets back onto the stubs that the Dutch striker's in. And the signal there from umpire Wilson that there's one more delivery, one legal delivery for the over. Flighted delivery as well down the leg side. And it's going to be adjudged a wide. It's going to run really close to that fine leg boundary rope, but there's no run. It does not run into the ropes, so there are 2 runs for the wide, and the 2 runs run by the batters. So 4 runs indeed to the total, but not by way of the boundary. 62 for 4, the score after 26 overs. So 26 overs already completed in this encounter between Guyana U13 national team and Trinidad and Tobago U13 national team. Still some 14 overs to go. And of course, 4 overs still remaining in this second power play. The second power play will end at the 30th over. Here's one shorter delivery. And Pamphil just rocks back and pulls away into the mid-on region. Picks up 1 run. So Pamphil and Bechu, the not out batters here for Trinidad and Tobago. Justin Pamphil has been there for 43 deliveries, some 7 overs and 1 ball, and he's scored 16 runs. Really anchoring this Trinidad and Tobago innings so far is Justin Pamphil. A well-flighted delivery, but wide outside the off stump, and giving Bechu enough room to just free his arms and punch away past cover, and he gets off the mark with a run. And looking for the second, and possibly there was a second on offer, because the ball had gone 3/4 of the way to the boundary rope and the fielders had to give chase. But Justin Pamphil deciding against going back for that second run. So just 1 more added to the total. Latif, a short delivery and a white away in front of square. Attempted catch there, but unable to make ground. And the pick up the delivery was bowlers out there on the square leg boundary, and 2 runs added to the total. So Joshua Bowlers there choosing to go for the catch rather than just to stop the boundary, and the ball ricocheting off of him, and 2 runs added. He has another short delivery from Lal, who has now taken up the attack from the northern end. So Lal coming in to bowl. There's Bomish Lal coming in to bowl from that northern end. This one foolish delivery, and Justin Pamphil swings hard at it, getting the outside edge. It peels away off down to the 3rd man boundary, goes 3/4 of the way to the boundary, but does not get to the boundary, and 2 more runs are taken. But this one pitched wide outside of that off stump by Bomish Lal, and Pamphil threw the kitchen sink, the fridge, the washer and the dryer at it, and got the edge. and managed to pick up 2 additional runs. So Bhumish Lal into the attack for the first time in this encounter. From the Royal Strikers Club. This one a short delivery, and Pamphil nicely in behind the line of the delivery. And in fact, the run out, as you see there, the run out was in fact by Lal himself, who was standing in the cover region, and he saw Zion Phillip halfway down the wicket, and he had a shy at the non-striker's end, and indeed he hit the stumps from 25 yards out. So at the end of 27 overs, 68 for 4, the Trinidad and Tobago under 13s, and the run rate has gone up from 2.25 runs and over to 2.5 runs and over, and the projected score is now just over 100 runs, 40 overs to bat, and they still have 13 more of those 14 overs to bat, 3 in this second power play, and Captain Brandon Henry has bowled 4 overs for just 8 runs so far. Here he is wide outside the off stump, and Abechu almost as if he was in 2 minds there. He threw the hands at the ball almost at the last minute, deciding that he wanted to pull out of the shot. The ball still ricocheted off the bat into the point region. Here's Henry, and again Abechu just pushing at the ball and just guiding it into the point region, but there's no run. Almost just putting the hands out there and allowing the ball to come onto the bat was Sanjeev Bechu. He's already faced 14 deliveries, so some 2 overs and a half after this delivery. Here he is, just bringing that back leg across to his off stump and opening the shoulders, squaring up a bit and cutting away, allowing the ball to come onto the bat. Probably just getting a feel for the deliveries still. Here he is, and he actually throws the hands at this one. But Brandon Henry is hanging the ball outside of that off stump, probably about an extra set of stumps, if you will. Almost as if he's inviting Bechu to come at him. Yeah, he is a lot straighter this time on that off stump line, extracting some grip, which I think may be a better ploy here, because when he's on that 4 meter length just about, he's extracting turn when he's on the off stump line, so he should stay right there. There he is, a foolish delivery this time, right up under the bat and turned away a lot flatter and a lot quicker by the skipper Henry, and it brings to close the 28th over and his 5th over at the end of 28. Guyana 68 for 4. I beg your pardon, Trinidad and Tobago 68 for 4. So a nice wide out shot here over the cycling velodrome in the background at the northern end, and you can see evidence of the sun, as you see some of the shadows, really not lengthy shadows, as we come up close to the midday period, just about 10 minutes before the hour of 12. I beg your pardon, it's actually already 12 o'clock, so the shadows are directly under the players. And so quickly does time fly, sometimes you lose a track of it. And Bhumish Lal continues, and this one is hoiked away down to fine leg by Bechu, and it's going to be 4 runs. Nice top of the bat, I beg your pardon, hoiked away by Pamphil, who is taken strike as Lal comes in on a really wayward delivery. Down the leg side, full toss, and Pamphil just getting in behind, inside the line of the bowler, hoiking it to fine leg into the boundary for 4 runs. And this time a better length, better line from Lal, honing in on the stumps. Pamphil prods forward defensive shot, and just like that, he's carried his strike rate, has Pamphil to 50. This one a lot flatter and a lot quicker. But in at those stumps, and Lal would serve well to follow his compatriots who have been really disciplined in their bowling effort earlier. Stump to stump, this one outside the leg stump and turning back across Justin Pamphil, who punches back down the pitch. The bowler picks up and there's no run. So just the boundary from the first delivery, which was adjudged a no ball as well for over the waist. Of course, the no ball will be rebowled. There's no free hit in this encounter. This one, Pamphil punches away into the cover region, and there's an easy run. So already 6 runs, I beg your pardon, from the over. As Sanjeev Bechu, who's faced 3 overs so far, 18 deliveries, will take strike against Bomesh Lal. And this one wide outside the off stump, and Bechu punches away backward of point. The fielders, who are all pretty much on the circle, on the edge of the circle, allows the time for Pamphil and Bechu to run through for that single. And this one just outside of the off stump, flatter and faster again. His final delivery, Bomesh Lal, the final delivery of the 29th over. Having a cut at it was a Pamphil, but no contact made. So at the end of 29, 1 more over to go in this second power play. Trinidad and Tobago are 75 for 4. So 1 over to go in the second power play. At the end of 29 overs, 75 for 4 Trinidad and Tobago under 13 national team. And young Zion Phillip, he's already batted. It was unfortunate to be run out, but he just ran out to bring some much needed water to his compatriots. So definitely a team player, you can tell by the approach of Zion Phillip. Of course, Pamphil here is the vice captain of the Trinidad and Tobago under 13 team, who is showing great responsibility with the bat here today. He was very watchful at the start, and then as he progressed through his innings, he found the batting a lot easier, and he's basically played every ball on merit. As Ramdial returns from the southern end, and his first delivery on that off stump line, fullish length, and Bechu just punches back down the pitch. And pulling out at the last minute here is a Bechu, probably not just settled just yet. And Ramdial was halfway through his run-up. Yeah, he is outside that off stump, and Bechu getting in behind the line of the delivery. And this one on that off stump line, and punching back down to the bowler is Sanjeev Bechu, who's now faced 22. Make it 23 deliveries. This delivery, a wide delivery. So 2 more runs are going to be added to the Trinidad and Tobago total. And So into the third power play we go, and at the end of 30 overs, Trinidad and Tobago 77, I beg your pardon, for 4, and make it, I beg your pardon, 78 at the end of 30 overs, and the wide accounting for 2 runs and the single from that shot on the first delivery of this the 31st over. And Justin Pamphil going along nicely here. His strike rate now just about over 50 per the 100 balls, after a strike rate of probably about 20 in the early part of his innings. Here he is flashing at one outside the off stump, probably another set of stumps outside the off stump, and not making any contact. Of course, into the third power play, Brandon Henry can choose, as you see him here in your shot, the captain of Guyana. He can choose to have 5 players outside of the inner ring, as Pamphil backs away and punches down to mid-off, and there's an easy single as most of the fielders are in, and there's an overthrow actually. The throw coming in from the mid-off fielder. It looks like Lara out there at mid-off, and not gathered by Sicharan, and the new bowler here, Silas, conceding a couple of overthrows in the inning, in his over. So Silas, Ethan Silas, a tiny little lad, and I'm told he can give the ball a good rip when he's spinning the delivery. Ethan Silas comes to the end of his first over, and at the end of 31, Trinidad and Tobago are 83 for 4. So just some 9 overs to go in this encounter, and Ramdial, who's already bowled 6 of his allotment, only gone for 5 runs in his 6 overs so far. As you see the western end of the National Cricket Centre and the Atto Boldon Stadium in the distance, with the rain clouds beyond the Atto Boldon Stadium. That's the direction of Port of Spain, the northwestern end of the country. Ramdial continues. This one a really slow delivery outside the off stump, but a much flatter, and no pace to work with for Sanjeev Bechu. Only manages to punch back to the bowler. This time he punches back past the bowler on the leg side though, and Mackenzie picks up at mid-on, and they come through for an easy run. So 30 runs, the partnership, in some 52 deliveries from Pamphil and Bechu, and you can see there 17 of those 30 runs are coming from the bat of Justin Pamphil, and just 2-3 runs are coming from the bat of Bechu. The balance of runs in the partnership from wides and no balls, so, and a couple of leg byes as well. So going along nicely here are Pamphil and Bechu. They have done what Zion Phillip and Pamphil were doing in the earlier part, which is build a partnership. And here's one full delivery right up under the bat, and Pamphil punches away through the line of the ball, through covers, and it only makes it to the 30-yard circle, picked up by the fielder, and there's another run added to the total. So now that Bechu, who comes on to strike here, has faced 26 deliveries, what he would want to do now is definitely increase his scoring rate, as the innings scoring rate has gone up to 2.68. It was a 2.2 in the early goings. Bechu will want to get some momentum into his innings as he plays forward defensively to a rising ball just outside the off stump at him from Ramdial. He will want to get some momentum into his innings, as some of the ground staff are actually making their way to the covers just to the western side of us, and this one just tucked away down to the long on boundary, the fine leg boundary, I beg your pardon, and there's one run at the end of 32 overs. Trinidad and Tobago under 13 are 87 for 4. So there is a bit of rain in and around us, and umpires have actually decided that they are going to call the ground staff on. Of course, and this might be a bit of a disappointment at the end of the 32nd over for both these teams, because Guyana would feel they're on top, having restricted Trinidad and Tobago to only 87 runs in their 32 overs. And the Trinidad and Tobago would feel hard done and hard pressed, because they're in a situation with 8 overs to go where they can actually open up their shoulders and start increasing the scoring rate. But for those of you who were tuned in on Tuesday when rain interrupted play, you would remember that the ground staff only managed to cover the main pitch and the main part of the square, but the edges of the square were left uncovered. As you see here in your shot, this cover only covers up to a certain portion of the playing surface, and those parts left uncovered were drenched in rain. So the other covers, which are at the northern and southern end of the ground, are the ones to cover the bowler's run up, and that was the trouble on a Tuesday. Even when the rain stopped, we still had about an hour of delay, because it was not conducive to the players going on. The bowlers' run-ups and the edge of the circles were really drenched, almost like puddles of water, almost like a lake. And some of the rain that actually has been around us, it has actually fallen to the north of us, it's been falling to the south of us, and some of the rain still making its way down to the Port of Spain region. But I'm also told by one of the groundsmen here that unusual that the rain tends to come from all the different angles here in Balmain Couva. Sometimes you get the rain that blows in from the south, you get the rain that blows in from the east, and you get the rain that blows in from the north. So unfortunately, we have had a minor stoppage here for some imminent rain. This encounter, Trinidad and Tobago under 13s stand 87 for 4 after 32 overs. It's a 40 over per side encounter, so they still have 8 overs left to bat. Guyana still have 8 overs left to bowl. We wait to see how long this rain interruption is, as the ground staff covers the entire playing surface that needs to be covered. We'll wait to see how much time is lost, and if any overs at all are lost. We have up until 1 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time before the first innings is scheduled to end. So if the rain delay takes 45 minutes, it's probably expected that the Trinidad and Tobago innings may very well be ended at this point, and Guyana would be given their target accordingly after that, on the discretion of the umpires, Wilson and Andrews. Of course, umpire Sean Wilson, no relation to Joel Wilson, our international umpire. So with that, we're going to take a short break here for the rain delay. And once we have word on a further play in this bilateral series, game number 2, Trinidad under 13s and Guyana under 13s national teams, we will be back with you after the rain break. 32 overs, Trinidad and Tobago under 13s, 87 for 4.
Well, welcome back to our coverage of this series, this Goodwill series on the 13 series between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. I want to thank Paria Fuel and Trading Company for being partners with us on this project. And we are here at the National Cricket Center in Couva, Trinidad and Tobago. 87 for 4 of 32 overs. Of course, this game cut short because of rain today. And Guyana will be chasing 88 in 32 overs, which, from the look of things, should not be very difficult to achieve. But you never know. Runs on the board are runs on the board. Let me say good afternoon to Gerard Basso, the man better known these days for being the voice of cricket in the India series.
Good afternoon, Vinud, and it's good to have you here with us. Vinud left me all by my lonesome in the first innings, but great fun, and I must say in the first innings Guyana showed great discipline in terms of how they bowled and approached their bowling and fielding innings. And just a quick note in terms of the adjustments. The first power play will be overs 1 to 7, the second from overs 8 to 25, and the third power play from 26 to 32. 5 bowlers can bowl 6 overs, 2 of them can bowl 7. And power play number 1 has to be bowled by seam bowlers. So those are some of the adjustments, and we're off and running.
First delivery wide outside the off stump. Allowed to go by. So Trinidad and Tobago would need to get early breakthroughs. This is what they would need here. When you're defending such a small target, you need to get early wickets to put them on the back foot. And we will see what will happen.
That's indeed what Guyana would have done, even in the first game when it was rained out. Guyana had a Trinidad 43 for 9 because they took wickets consistently.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery outside the off stump, and an appeal for caught behind. So he started well here, just keeping it outside the off stump. And the Guyana opener, they're just pushing at that. Not really getting into line. It's early days.
So Shaheen Khan starting us off from the southern end. Umpire Sean Wilson standing at this end. Umpire Angelo Andrews at a square leg. 2 slips employed immediately by skipper Ria Jerome.
This time 2 straight, whipped away nicely down behind square. Runs here, they take 1, and they should come back for 2. But a good delivery. A poor delivery on that occasion. 2 straight, and the diminutive Guyanese opener Sigo Bin just getting inside the line and helping it around the corner.
Kush Sigo Bin. And this was one of the things that Guyana's bowlers did. They bowled in straight lines, basically wicket to wicket, and not giving the Trinidad and Tobago batters any room to free their arms or make any movement, whether laterally or coming towards the ball. So we look to see if the Trinidad bowlers can replicate that.
Can again outside the off stump. That one moving a tad bit away. Through to the keeper.
I thought he might have been a bit lucky there that it wasn't called a wide. Of course, umpire Wilson has a better view than I do. And of course, in this encounter, wides up until the last 3 overs will account for 2 runs. And there'll be no extra delivery for the wides.
So is it safe to say this is a battle between Bassarat and Bisundial? Here's Shaheen Khan. Whipped away again. That's a lovely shot there. Sigo been showing great balance more than anything else. That should have been 2 though. All they take is 1. 2 straight. Khan has to understand that he just needs to keep it around a 4th stump. And some of those deliveries are a bit too straight. Sigo Bin is very proficient on the onside. So will Bassarat prevail over Bisundial?
My mother always told me stay out of big people's arguments, so I'm not going to get involved in that one. Of course, young Justin Dowling comes on to strike.
Any relation to Travis Dowling?
He is his nephew. This one.
There's a full delivery. played away down to squarish cover.
There are two Dowlins on this Guyana under 13 team. This is Justin, this is Travis's nephew, and Mackay Dowlin, his son, is also on this
Travis's
team.
son.
Yeah, so
Well, that's excellent. 87 for 4, Trinidad and Tobago. Remember, Guyana, they're 3 without loss. And we're very happy to bring you this coverage here on Cricket 360. All our fans in Guyana. I'm sure they were very happy to hear your voice this morning, Mr. Basso.
I would hope so. Shot of young Justin Pamphil there, who played pretty well this morning. He was actually not out when the rains came, was Justin Pamphil. And Adrian Singh, the wicketkeeper. The opening batter, Suratan, is going to take up the attack from the northern end.
So it's going to be Suratan. Left arm. And that's a nice stride forward by young Sigobin. Sigobin has looked good in his early exchanges here. Doing the right thing. Coming forward to those deliveries.
And they do look a very disciplined unit, do the Guyanese lads.
Sigobin allows this one to go by. He walks away. So, good support on hand for these young men here at the National Cricket Centre. I'm sure they'll be very happy to know that they're playing at the National Cricket Centre.
Two entirely filled tents to the west of us.
Again, coming forward nicely there, Sigobin, just leaning into it.
And
I like the look of him.
He looks very compact, does he? And I find it interesting, though, that Suratan has chosen to come around the wicket. I thought he may have gone over the wicket, knowing that his captain has 2 slips waiting. He may have wanted to come over the wicket and angle the ball across the right hander, possibly take an outside edge to one of those 2 slips awaiting. So there are 2 slips, gully, cover, short extra cover, and a mid-off, all on the offside. Sigobin again, just forward defensive and pushing out into that cover region.
Yeah, he looks well organized, Sigobin. Short man. Some of the best batsmen are short people. Yeah, I want to agree with you that young Suratan should be bowling over the wicket, looking to angle it across Sigobin. Probably the fielding out there leads to 1. He has 2 slips in attendance.
That's Abdiel Boland with a bit of a fumble out there at mid-on.
So it's the end of...
this is the Trinidad and Tobago batting card, and you see evidence there. Young Justin Pamphil, 29, not out. It took some time to get going, but once he got into stride, he was able to really and truly play the ball on merit. There were balls that he could not play, he could not come forward or go back to, but well-structured innings. His strike rate at the start was about 15 or 20, and then towards the end, he got it up to 50, 55. So he did very well to really anchor the innings. And he had 2 good partnerships in that innings as well. One with Zion Phillip. As
Shine Khan. Can showing good judgment there, Sigobin.
Yeah, and that's
Diana knows that if they can bat through the overs, they'll more than likely get the score.
They should. And if we're going on the evidence of how solid Sigobin looks, if any of the other batters are as solid as he is, they probably will get these runs in a canter. 84 runs from some 170 plus deliveries.
Here's Khan. Again, easily coming into line, just fending it off. One more to Sigobin. Really like, I know I've said it before, but I like Sigobin.
Yeah, that's Kush Sigobin from the Everest Cricket Club. Comes from East Coast Demerara.
So, Guyana having to chase 88. So it's a battle between Bassarat and Bisundial. Who will win? Down the leg side, signal wide there by the umpire. Shaheen Khan just needs to keep it on one side of the wicket. He's getting the ball to do a little bit, but he needs to keep it on one side of the wicket.
Well, that's interesting because for the right-hander, he's angling down the leg side and when he should be on the offside. And for the left-hander, he's down the leg side. So he needs to make that adjustment. How he's bowling to the right-hander, he should be bowling now. And how he bowled to
the right-hander,
yeah,
he should bowl to the lefty.
Yeah, so he needs to make that adjustment.
Much better. Much better. Pushed away, equal to the task there, Dowling, showing him a big broad bat.
And he has to be cognizant of the fact as well, you already conceded a wide in the over, so that's 2 runs off of the target that Guyana have to chase down here. So wides are going to account for 2 runs up until the 29th over.
I always say in primary schools cricket and in under 13 cricket, once you can eliminate or try as best to eliminate the wides, you're going to win matches. Because wides, more often than not, challenges the batsman to become top scorer. Look, there's another wide. So that's 3 now because it's
Here's the evidence. Here's the evidence.
Well. So it's 10 without loss. Trinidad can ill afford giving away these runs. So Shaheen Khan is a young man. He will learn as he goes along. That's much better. Bit too straight still, but again the fielding really poor on that occasion. Trinidad and Tobago is allowing Guyana allowing Guyana 3 runs.
Already 11 after the 3rd over. After the 3rd over, Trinidad and Tobago were 2 without loss. So Guyana already 9 runs to the good after the initial 3 overs.
Well, I know you've graduated to the big boys. You are now the voice of cricket at the stadium. How was that experience in the India series?
It was definitely a great experience. I was actually posted around the guys who were doing the scoring and the analytics. So I was able to learn quite a lot in terms of analyzing and the analytics that goes in the back end of all the cricket that we see played around.
Yes, Suratan still continuing to round the wicket. Sigobin is equal to the task.
I also had the opportunity to meet quite a number of I would call them personalities, because I think some of them have a bigger than life personality. Roland Holder, former first class cricketer from Barbados. Even met the great Richie Richardson yesterday.
That was a good experience there for you. 11 without loss.
I do consider it an honor being able to call the entrances of some of the greatest players, some of the great players of this modern era.
Sigobin again pushing it away. So Sigobin is looking on first here.
Being able to call the entrance during the test match of Virat Kohli. And there was a smattering of Indian fans.
Looking to go to the onside. Someone ends up on the off.
In the test match, I was posted in the control room just to the west of the players' pavilion, and there was a smattering of Indian fans in the Caribbean stand. and they made the loudest cheer when I announced Virat Kohli. I heard it through the air-conditioned room.
Outside the off stump again, Sigo been showing good control, good temperament. This has been a much better over from Suratan, no run.
So of course we're inside the first power play. That ends at the 7th over. He's being very watchful, is Sigobin, and really playing ball on merit. He's not going after the wide ones, playing the ones that he can reach to.
But he has faced 20 deliveries. Justin Dowling has faced just 2. So it seems as if Khan is going to continue. Khan hasn't had the best of starts.
He has quite a famous first name, Shaheen.
Number 95 on his back. There's obvious potential to work with here where Khan is concerned.
And this one a little bit too much down the leg side, and these little fumbles in the field, Trinidad and Tobago under 13s are going to have to be aware of this, because a small target, as you mentioned, Vinud, and fumbles in the field allowing extra runs at different occasions will mean that Guyana can get to their target a lot quicker.
Yeah, and he also has to keep away from those wide deliveries. That's 3 runs given away. Remember, every wide is 2. Driving, beaten. That's the line that he wants.
Yeah, this time pushing the ball up a little further, but definitely the right line, inviting Dowling to have a go at it, and driving, missing. Well taken by Adrian, the wicketkeeper. As you see here, these are the Guyanese supporters on one of the bleachers to the west of us. Most of them the parents and family of some of these young chaps.
Well, they've made the trip across to Trinidad. I'm sure they're enjoying Trinidadian hospitality. Here's Khan. Wide signal, that's 2 runs added to the total.
I can tell you they enjoyed themselves at the Lara Cricket Academy yesterday. And the Guyanese under 13, they actually got a treat at the end of the game, because one Shimron Hetmaya ran all the way from the players' pavilion to the southwestern stand where they were sitting to greet them and take pictures and chat with them.
Very good.
And he did that not even taking off his kit. He was still in his full kit. They had probably just come off the field about 2 minutes after they greeted the Indian team. And Shimron ran all the way across to greet them.
Much better by Khan.
Of course, the T20 series now comes their way and goes to Providence in a couple of days' time, the 6th of August and the 8th of August.
Will you be announcing there, Basso?
I haven't been told as yet, but I am willing to go to Guyana.
Well, yeah, I think if the players don't hear you announcing their arrival, they may refuse to go out. They've grown so accustomed to hearing you. Oh, that's a full pitch delivery over the waist, and that's a no ball. They're going to come back for 2, so Shaheen Khan has been untidy here a bit. So no ball signaled by the umpire.
And then as a reminder that the no ball, there'll be no free hit, but he'll have to re-bowl the delivery, and there's 1 run added to the total. I'm told that when I announced Nicholas Puran's entrance yesterday, it was the loudest the Brian Lara Academy has been since it's been built.
Yeah, definitely was. Good delivery, Puran, and Puran didn't fail to entertain, did he?
From the second ball he got going. He greeted the party stand with a boundary. definitely looking forward to the remaining 4 games, 2 in Guyana and 2 in Lauderhill in Florida. It was really good to see Captain Powell get some runs yesterday as well. It's a much better delivery from Khan, but unfortunately for him, Dowling has picked the gap through cover. Just missing that Yorker length by probably about 2 inches.
Yeah, it brings you over to an end, and it's kind of well and truly on top here, the 18 without loss after 5.
And already Guyana going at 3 plus runs per over, 3.60. Trinidad and Tobago never crossed 2.75 when they batted. They were going at 2.1, then 2.3, then 2.4, and they eventually finished on just in and around 2.6, 2.7. But Guyana already up to 3.5 and some. So well on their way to victory in this second game. Essentially, it has become a best of 3.
2 games to go again, is it?
Yes, the 2 games.
That's what, Saturday?
Sunday and Tuesday.
Sunday and Tuesday.
The 2nd of August, 4th of August, 6th and 8th. We've had the one on the 2nd already that would have been rained out.
So it's Sunday and Tuesday. According to Mr. Basson, that's outside the off stump, allowed to go by.
And I'm wondering here if, because it's the first time that Trinidad and Tobago are actually bowling in the encounter against Guyana, if it's part of the reason they haven't really hit their straps as a bowling unit just yet.
It's a lovely flowing shot there by Sigobin.
Equally well fielded in the cover region. You don't have to know his number to know that's Zion Phillip, because he is the tiniest of the Trinidad and Tobago team. This one just punched the backward of point and well fielded again, but it can't stop the single.
So the runs continues to come here.
Of course, as you look up, you see a bit of overcast conditions just rolling in across central Trinidad here. But hopefully we can get through these 32 overs. Of course, it's a 40 over per side encounter, this series between Guyana and Trinidad under 13s. Today would have only gotten through 32 overs when Trinidad and Tobago batted. Of course, there's Mr. Da Costa, the manager of the Guyanese unit, flying his flag high.
Down the leg side, played away, beautiful shot for 4. Dowling starting to show his class now.
And Siratan here now choosing to bowl from over the wicket, but straying down the leg side. Choosing to bowl over the wicket, you would have thought that he would have kept it in and around that off stump, middle stump line, and cramped Justin Dowling for room. But in fact, straying down the leg side and Dowling hitting the first boundary of the Guyanese innings. There were only 2 boundaries in the Trinidad and Tobago innings, both coming off the bat of a young Pamphil. There's one a foolish delivery. And punched away. There's a big mix-up here, and that's fumble in the field allows them to actually get through for the single. But had the fielder raised his head, he would have realized that the chance was really at the striker's end, because both batters, Dowling and Sigobin, were shaking hands at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, that was a chance. Trinidad and Tobago, they need to capitalize on all of the chances that come their way. Remember, they probably just close to third of the way towards that target already.
Yeah, they are. Remember again, the target is 88 in 32 overs at the end of 6. Guyana 24 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, you can see their evidence. Khan going at upward of 5 and over. The cycling velodrome in the background to the north of us. It's going to be a hub of activity in a few days' time, as the Commonwealth Games, actually, the opening ceremony is just a few minutes away from now, a couple of hours this afternoon. Commonwealth Tobago 2023 Commonwealth Youth Games. Much of the cycling will be done at this location. But for now, we have cricket, wonderful cricket in front of us. And the first bowling change from the southern end. Cahill Thomas is going to come in to bowl from the southern end. Dowling just taking some time to compose himself before he takes a strike.
Previous over, he played a wonderful shot for 4.
And pretty good start from Thomas, though. He's chosen to go over the wicket. You'd expect that he's going to probably try to push with the angle across the left-handed Dowling. There is a one slip in place for the moment, but there is a gully fielder as well, more of a backward point. He's induced a false shot here, and just popping up over his head. But no fielder anywhere near to that delivery, and it lands just on the edge of the playing square. So immediately Cahill Thomas are making something happen. And this one a straightish line and tucked away down to fine leg, and the fielder had to make quite a bit of ground, and it allowed the Sigobin and Dowling to run through for 2 runs in fact. The fine leg fielder was very fine. You can see the fine leg fielder there just at the top of your screen. There's a couple of adjustments in the field here from Jerome.
Right back to him, and he takes the catch, so it's a caught on ball. Trinidad and Tobago takes their first wicket. Thomas striking, it's 26 for 1.
And I was about to tell you that the adjustments to the field were that he strengthened the leg side, so he would have allowed Thomas to bowl a little bit straighter, and if he wanted to on the leg side, but this one a low full toss, and Dowling could only manage to hit it straight back into the hands of Cahill Thomas. So the first Guyanese wicket goes down. Justin Dowling for 11. Cotton bowled Cahill Thomas. So wicketkeeper batter Lamar Sicharan is on his way out to the middle. As you take a look at it here again, Cahill Thomas low full toss.
Yep. Well, he was actually taking evasive action and then completed the catch.
Almost like the ball caught him, rather than he caught the ball.
It was a good effort though by him.
Most definitely. Lara Cricket Club. He lives and he comes from East Bank Demerara. Had a pretty good day today behind the stumps. Did Sicharan. Had a pretty solid day behind the stumps on Tuesday as well, before the rains came and eventually washed out the day's play. So as you would have mentioned earlier, Vinud, quite a lot of young talent here that as these guys grow older, they're going to get bigger, they're going to get stronger, and a lot of potential that can be worked with and worked on. So Thomas comes in. There he is, just outside the leg stump and fielding off his own bowling and cocking that throwing arm. Not giving away anything here is Cahill Thomas. This one again honing in on that leg stump, and they're thinking of a run as he drives straight back. There's a Sicharan, but it's fielded well there by the mid-on fielder. And that delivery brings us to the end of the 7th over. Guyana on the 13, 26 for 1. So we've now come to the end of power play number 1. Power play number 2 will be from the 8th over to the 25th over. And Trinidad and Tobago, as we see some of the parents and supporters of the Trinidad and Tobago under 13 team, they can now have up to 4 fielders outside of the inner ring. And with the power play being ended and a helmet being run onto the field, signs that we may see some spin.
Yeah, definite signs that spin will come in. I think when the spinners come in, normally the runs dries up. So we'll wait to see.
It's going to be interesting to see what type of purchase the Trinidad spinners get as well, because a couple of the Guyanese spinners, including their captain, left arm off spinner Brandon Henry, he extracted quite a bit of turn when they bowled earlier in the day. And he extracted that turn bowling from the southern end. So the skipper Riyad Jerome himself is going to take up the bowling from the northern end. Let's see if he can replicate what his counterpart and Brandon Henry did when he bowled.
So it's Jerome, and that's not a bad start at all. Well, the Guyanese are of course playing on very slow tracks, turning tracks, so this option of spin may not be quite a worry for them. Depends on how well Jerome bowls. It's flat and well played. Lovely shot by Sigobin. It's running very close to the boundaries. Going to hold up now, and they come back for 3. They should have, well, they take 2. They should have gotten 3 there, Basso.
Yeah, they definitely should have gotten 3 runs there, but evidence in the corners of the field or the cow corners of the field, it's still pretty much a bit damp, and the ball probably not going to get to the boundary unless it's well timed and well hit. But definitely this is the difference here is that Riyad Jerome is bowling a lot quicker than the Guyanese spinners did.
Playing away through the onside.
When the Guyanese spinners took to the field, they varied their pace and bowled a lot slower than Riyad Jerome is bowling now.
In the air, a chance for a wicket. The keeper claims the catch, and that is the end of Sigobin. The dangerous Sigobin. He played so well today. He has to leave, and I think, sometimes running between the wicket could cause a problem. That should have been 3 runs previously. He would not have been on strike.
Definitely.
Yeah, he was getting a full pitch delivery, trying again to help it around the corner. And Trinidad and Tobago, they've struck. It's now 28 for 2.
Yeah, and almost identical to how skipper Jerome got out himself, trying to turn the ball to the leg side and getting a leading edge. So Guyana now in a spot of bother, 28 for 2. Still.
Let's look at this again. Full toss. And looking to flick it around the corner just to help it. Unluckily, it takes the edge and claimed by wicketkeeper Suratan.
That's Adrian Singh, actually, the wicketkeeper. Nice, comfortable catch for Adrian Singh. So Joshua Bowlers is the new batter for Guyana, who are currently going at a 3.6 to the over. They still need 60 runs for victory. 146 deliveries still remaining in the innings. But the first signs of spin, Riyad Jerome has brought a reward for the Trinidad and Tobago under 13 team. And this one darting it in towards the pads of young bowlers. And after 7 overs, Trinidad and Tobago were actually 18 for 1. So Guyana still 10 runs to the good. You can see the plan here from skipper Ria Jerome to just dart the ball in, honing in on the stumps, attacking the stumps. So come to the end of the 8th over, 28 for 2. Guyana under 13. So Cahill Thomas, who got the early breakthrough, the first breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago. He's back from the southern end. See Charan, who's still there, who's just come to the crease. Only faced the 2 deliveries so far.
Tall man, Charan. Well played. Getting right behind this one.
I think he looks a tad taller because Cahill is shorter than him. Because Adrian Singh is definitely a tall lad. You hardly ever see tall wicket keepers.
That's much better. Much better by Cahill. He's bowled well, Cahill.
So Cahill Thomas, 8 deliveries so far, 1 wicket and 2 runs. And started off this over with 2 dot balls. And dot balls are going to create pressure. And even though Trinidad and Tobago can spread their field, most of the players are in the ring.
Sabi's nicely forward. So I think all the Guyanese have to do is to just bat through the overs, and the wides must come. Wide come for 2. The bad ball will come as well. But Trinidad and Tobago fighting back well here, 28 for 2. They've taken 2 wickets within the space of 6 runs. Sammy's driving. Short cover is in the way, so it's a well-set field here.
Yeah, that's the skipper himself at a short cover. And it's a 4-4 field, a 4 on the leg side, a 4 on the off side, all inside of the 30-yard circle. This one just honing in on that middle stump line, but a good length, and Sicharan can do nothing but block it back down the pitch to the bowler Cahill Thomas. The only fielder outside of the inner ring is the fine leg, who is indeed very fine. As you can see, just a bit of him at the top of your screen, top middle of your screen. And this one down the leg side from Thomas, a really bad delivery. And Sicharan is up to the task, just helping it around. And that fine leg fielder, as I mentioned, too fine to even have a chance of getting to that delivery. And Sicharan also picking that gap between backward, where the backward square fielder was positioned, and he hit it well enough to pick up another boundary. So already Guyana have matched the boundary tally over the Trinidad and Tobago innings. Justin Dowling, the top scorer so far, with 11. But Sicharan, who is now on 4 from 8 deliveries, looks to be finding his rhythm and his timing. 9 overs after 9 overs, 32 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago captain Riyad Jerome comes back into the attack from the northern end, just adjusting his field ever so slightly. This one just outside the off stump, looking to turn it back into bowlers. Who's yet to get off the mark. Just the 3 deliveries he's faced so far, but he's up to the task. This one a fuller length from Jerome, and bowlers goes out to meet the delivery. This This one a little bit slower from Jerome, and bowlers up to the task, getting some momentum into the line of the ball and punching it out into the extra cover region, and they pick up an added run. So now 55 needed for victory. So he's going to change his angles here a bit. Is Riyad Jerome. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Sicharan. And he's moved his short to third into a short fine leg, angling it in towards the stumps, and that fullish length. Sicharan just punches out into the cover, and there's no run. This one angling a bit down the leg side, and Sicharan leaning into the shot, just punches back down the pitch, and it's picked up by Captain Riyad Jerome. So a couple of dot balls here, just one in the over, one delivery to go. So some pressure building here from Trinidad and Tobago. And having said that, this one fullish length, and Sicharan has a go at it, trying to clear that short mid-wicket fielder, and just manages to do so, and in so doing they managed to come through for one run. So 34 for 2 at the end of 10 overs. At the end of 10 overs, Trinidad and Tobago were perched at 25 for 1. You see some lovely shots there of the Atto Boldon Stadium, and some rain clouds beyond that, but those rain clouds should not be of any threat to us. They're to the north, and they're making their way westward towards the capital city of Port of Spain. So Cahill Thomas continues into his third over. This one honing in on that middle and off line, and full delivery, probably aiming for that Yorker. Sicharan can do nothing much with it other than punch it back down the wicket to the bowler. So 54 runs are still needed by Guyana. Fullish length, and well fielded by the bowler himself in Cahill Thomas. Parries it out into that extra cover region. Picked up by the skipper, Riyad Jerome. This one again, a fullish delivery, fullish length, and it's just punched back down the pitch, and still no run. So Sicharan just being quite watchful here. He's on 5 from 15 deliveries. He's already faced 15 deliveries. Bowlers, on the other hand, has faced 5 and has 1 run so far as they meet mid-pitch, probably to discuss exactly that they need to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Here he is again, this time a bit shorter in length from Thomas. And Sicharan can only get in behind it and punch into extra cover. So 4 fielders on the offside, 4 on the leg side, all inside the 30-yard circle. This one a fullish length, and just over the short mid-wicket there, and that's the second time that that short mid-wicket fielder has been agonizingly close to taking a catch, and it allows for 1 run. So at the end of 11, 35 for 2, and So at the end of 11 overs, 35 for 2 Guyana on the 13s. And I was just awaiting the confirmation because I believe I did see the umpire call for drinks. So at the end of 11, while the players avail themselves of some much needed fluid on this hot day, I think I'm going to do the same. So keep it right here. We'll be back with you in a couple minutes' time. I wonder who they are supporting. Nice shots here at the National Cricket Centre in Vancouver. As we see some of the Guyanese supporters, we definitely know who they're supporting. And we can see shots in the foreground there, Mr. Assam Basarath, who's taking the time to go meet some of the Guyanese appearance and supporters. And Mr. Mohammed as well alongside him. A designated photographer for the moment.
Yeah, you can see Zaid Mohammed, the Trinidad Tobago Cricket Board media official. He's there with the president. It's good to see the president of Trinidad Tobago Cricket Board in his capacity as vice president of Cricket West Indies, just going around and meeting the Guyanese parents. They would have made the trip across to Trinidad to support their national on the 13 team. And it's good to see Bassarat there with them. I mean, the TCB media man, Zaid Mohammed, is there as well. Whether or not Bassarat gets those photos is a different story. Played away down to point, there is no run.
So skipper Jerome, Ria Jerome continues from the northern end after the drinks break. That's another one that I'm not going to get involved with.
Well, we were asking you to go and get the photos. Pushed away.
He also slowed his pace down a little bit.
Still too much down.
Just a couple of slight adjustments in the field. And, Jerome is in now to bowlers. And this one, an attempted sweep shot. Polite appeal from Jerome, and no signal from the umpire, and quite a lot happening here. Shy at the stumps, wicketkeeper Singh having a go, probably a stump out, and then a shy at the non-strikers and ricocheting into the umpire. It's quite a lot going on. This one is popped up into the air, and an easy catch there at a backward square. And that's Kishav Mongru taking the catch, and Captain Jerome has another breakthrough here. And Trinidad and Tobago are now making some inroads into this one. Guyana now 36 for 3. As we take a look at it here again, the shot coming from bowlers trying to get the ball onto that leg side, and well taken, well judged, easy catch in the end for young Mongrel. So Guyana slipped further into some trouble here. As Ramsamy strolls to the middle, Nathaniel Ramsamy. Guyana still needing some 52 runs for victory. Have now lost their third wicket. And this is exactly what, as Vinod mentioned at the start, this is what Trinidad and Tobago need to do. They need to keep taking wickets. And because it's hardly likely that if Guyana does bat out their 32 overs, that they will not make the runs. So taking wickets are all important for Trinidad and Tobago. So Nathaniel Ramsamy, a right-arm leg spinner. He's a right-handed batter. Comes from the Albion Sports Club. Of course, good afternoon to all those affiliated with the Albion Sports Club. And he's bowled him. First delivery from Rhea Jerome to young Ramsamy. Straight under the bat, straight into the wicket. A 4th one down.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago right back in this encounter now with the 4th wicket falling. Bowled all over the shop.
And looking at it again, it's possible that it may have just ricocheted off of the boot back onto the stumps, but all important for Trinidad and Tobago, the wicket, as we take a look at it here again.
It's difficult for us to see.
In fact, he played down the wrong line.
Yeah, it went straight through.
Straight through onto the stumps.
So, Charan is still there on 7, and a lot depending on him as Randall, who's in now.
That's Richard Ramdale, the vice captain of the Guyana under 13 team.
Ramdi Hall.
Right arm off spinner, who bowled it pretty well today and on Tuesday as well. He was the pick of the bowlers on Tuesday before the game was called off. 3.5 overs, 2 runs, 2 wickets. And what he did today when he bowled was that he mixed up his pace really well. 1 over he bowled, he got through the over really quickly, but the pace of the deliveries were almost like it never reached to the batter. And then there was another over where he was flat and straight and really quick. But he's going to have to do some batting here now.
Well, at this point in time, you may think Trinidad is slightly ahead. Slightly, ever so slightly ahead.
Well, after this delivery, I'll tell you where Trinidad and Tobago were after 12 overs.
I thought they were at the National Cricket Centre, but if you have further information, you can give it to me.
So Ramdale just taking some time to get his guard right. And in fact, Jerome is on a hat-trick here. Wickets and 2 balls. Can he make it a 3rd?
Down the leg side, played away. There is no run. So the line was all wrong in that last delivery, but he's bowled well. 3 for 5, Jerome. And it's 36 for 4 after 8.
So after 12 overs, Trinidad and Tobago under 13s, they were at the National Cricket Centre in Vancouver. They were batting at the time. And they were 31 for 2. They had just lost their 2nd wicket actually. So by virtue of Guyana 2 more wickets down and just 5 runs ahead, Vinuda said that Guyana is slightly behind. I think it's a little more even.
Well, a wicket here, and you never know what could happen.
So the tiniest lad on the field, Zion Phillip, is coming in to bowl.
It's a left-arm orthodox spinner. Here's Phillip. Oh, he starts well. Good line, just turning into the left-handed Cicheran. Just taller than the stumps there. This is swept away nicely, but there's protection behind square. That delivery was a bit too straight. 36 for 4. Keeping it quiet, his first 3 deliveries, so far so good. Just one delivery was down the leg side. He was lucky to that Cicheran played it straight to backward square. That's well bowled. He's giving it some air, but slow turn, and that's why Cicheran can adjust accordingly and adjust quickly. Again, down the leg side, signal wide, has to get away from there. They also take 1, so 3 runs coming, and this is where Trinidad and Tobago has to be careful here. Wides account for 2.
So just spoiling the over just a tad here, Zion Phillip. Pretty good going nonetheless, no runs off the bat in the over.
So there's 3 on offer for him, but again that one too short. And the wicketkeeper, as is so customary these days, standing in front of the stumps to collect. I'm not in agreement with it. And at the end of the over, it's 40 for 4. They say you always add 2 wickets to the present score, and you can see what the situation really is. This is why I gave the edge at this point in time to Trinidad and Tobago. Passau seems to think that it's all even Stevens.
And just on the evidence of the last few deliveries from Zion Phillip, that's what I mentioned. From this southern end, there was some turn on offer. So it's going to be interesting to see how Guyana handles that moving forward.
Jerome has been really good, 3 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago really depending on him. I can see him bowling out his 7 here, Basso. This time played away down to short third man, and they rushed through for 1.
Yeah, BHU there at a short third was a bit slow to get to the ball, but well judged, a single. Of course, BHU, for those just joining us, BHU coming in, Sanjeev BHU coming into the team for Jordan Julian, who's been unwell. He's expected to come in this afternoon to look at his colleagues, and I was told by the manager that he's expected to be ready and fit and ready to go for Sunday's game.
This time playing with danger, signal no ball. So that's 2 more. 1. The no ball is 1.
Yeah, the no balls are 1, and the only difference with the no ball, it's not a free hit. So he has to re-bowl the ball as well. And as you mentioned, bowling his 7 Of course, because the game was reduced to 32 overs, 5 bowlers can bowl 6, a maximum of 2 of those bowlers can bowl 7. And this one has popped up straight into the air, and well, look at that catch by Jerome. It's almost like he jumped too early and could not get both hands to it. And he, in fact, ended up taking the catch with one hand.
42 for 5 here at the moment. Jerome threw on around. In the air. And he left it to himself. Why was he jumping, though? I'm not too sure. But
I think
Guyana slipped into further trouble at 42 for 5.
I think he initially misjudged the trajectory of the ball coming back to him, and he thought it was going over his head, and then he started to jump, and in so doing, he ended up jumping and landing before the ball even got to him. It's almost like he jumped twice before actually deciding, listen, this ball is coming back easily. So I'm going to take it one-handed. But definitely now, Trinidad and Tobago under 13s in the ascendancy here. I think I'm going to have to change what I said earlier. They're now ahead. Let me take a look at it again. So Captain Rhea Jerome on the brink of a 5-for here, because he still has a maximum of 3 overs if he so chooses after this upcoming delivery. So with the fall of the wicket, Riaz Latif, who bowled his right arm leg spin earlier in the day, has made his way out to the middle to join his vice captain Richard Ramdale.
So it's 42 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago will think that they're ahead. And I will see that it's good going by young Jerome, 4 for 7. It's a magnificent young Jerome. Played away quietly. So the end of a successful over from Jerome. He has taken 4 for 7. Guyana under 13, they're chasing 88 to win. They're 42 for the loss of 5 after 14 overs. I think 4 for 7. Well, there's a slight drizzle at the National Cricket Centre. You can see those clouds on the eastern side, but I don't think it'll be a worry. This time he's off the back foot, punching it, and again, another misfield. I think one thing Trinidad and Tobago has to work on is the outfielding. We've seen a number of misfields today.
And even with the misfield and retrieving the delivery, you can see that a misfield by the bowler himself and trying to recover the ball when it is thrown to the non-striker's end.
And it's going round the wicket. Now to the new batsman, Latif. I don't know if there's a relation to Dennis Latif, who is a GM at Tiger Tanks Limited, one of the sponsors of this series. The other sponsor being the Prize Club. This time he's back and pushing it away. This is good running, putting pressure on the fielders, and they get one.
Good awareness from Latif there to call Ramdale through. Fielders just a bit on their heels there in the covers. That's a well-flighted delivery there from Zion Phillip. And you mentioned 4 for 7, the captain Riyad Jerome, and I like the look of him and Zion Phillip, the way they go about their business.
It's a good delivery there by Phillip. Just in that zone where all the batsman can do is come forward, but he can't look to drive because it's just not there for the drive. And he's getting the ball to turn away from the right-handers. This time it's too short. That's a bad delivery, and pushed away for 2. 2 is like a 4 when you're defending 88.
It is. The end of the 15th over. Guyana 46 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago were 35 for 3 at this very same point.
So 13 runs to the good, but they've lost 2 wickets. 2 wickets more on the Guyanese fans. Looking a bit worried, you think?
The gentleman to the front definitely looks a bit worried.
He has brought along his horn all the way from Lara. Hasn't been able to use it much. Well, it's great to see the parents traveling with the team, supporting. So this is the man of the moment, Jerome, the captain. Cahill Thomas feels there, threatening to throw the stumps down. Quicker at angle towards the legs, so he's mixing it up nicely here. He's mixing up his pace.
And I mentioned that in the last over. I like the look of him. He knows what he wants to do, and he's executing it more often than not.
Goes back to tossing it up. I think there's more value in tossing it up here and giving it that air. It's allowing it to drift a bit, and it's biting off the track as well. This time it's flatter, pushed away for 1. As I was saying before, you'll be better served tossing that one up. Wickets are what Trinidad and Tobago needs.
In fact, if he's going to be that flat and that quick, he has to be a lot straighter than he is or was on that occasion. The couple of times that he's been flat and straight, darting it in towards the middle stump, he's managed to keep the batters quiet, but on that occasion too wide of the off stump.
This time the line is all wrong. Gives away a single. Still 1 delivery to go.
And the Guyana still need 40 runs. They're still going at 3.03 to the over.
Here's Jerome. Final delivery of the over. Nicely played by Latif. It's the end of it. At the end of 16:48 for the loss of 5. So that's halfway through the innings. They have another 16 overs to get 41 runs, is it? 40 runs.
40.
Which is you'll expect them to get once they bat through that 16 overs. So Trinidad and Tobago will have to bowl them out.
And nothing too risky is needed from Guyana with a required run rate of 2.5. Just a sensible cricket, you would think. And they should get over the line. There's a slip in place, a point, cover point, short extra cover, and a mid off. Mid off quite straight, mid on quite straight, a short mid wicket. And this one is cut away through that cover region actually, and they're going to pick up 2 runs here. But just a bit too wide on this occasion is Zion Phillip, allowing Ramdiol the freedom of throwing the arms at the ball, and he was able to easily beat that short extra cover fielder. This time he's down and defends astutely.
You see, the danger of defending a small target is as they chip away, all of a sudden, you look up on the scoreboard, you see there's 60, 65, and then all of us, you know, they're seeing the final target, and your players, their shoulders will drop, that sort of thing, you know? So that's a situation that Trinidad and Tobago has to be careful about here.
And this one, foolish delivery from Zion Phillip, and Ramdiol just punches back out to that extra cover fielder. The skipper Ria Jerome there at a short extra cover. Yeah, he is trying to guide this one past that slip fielder who was moved a bit wider by Zion Phillip a couple deliveries before, but with the couple of runs earlier in the over, 50 runs came up in the over for Guyana. So Guyana now 50 for 5 after 17. Still just 15 overs and 90 deliveries to go. And Guyana only require 38 more. Trinidad and Tobago require 5 wickets.
Gayatri, or is it Savitri or Gayatri, from the cricket board for their kind hospitality. I see the president has sent a black coffee today for us. It's very good of Mr. Bassarat. Always the hospitality is top of the line at the cricket center. Have you ever done a game here, Mr. Jerry?
Yeah, I did a few games here. I did one of Mary Boy's games.
What do you think of the hospitality at the TTCB?
A-class.
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 Well, Trinidad and Tobago will know that if they can prize one here, they could really push for a victory. It's the tall Jerome. Here he is. And this is clipped away. Latif looks like a busy little player. Ram the Hall doesn't look bad at all with 8. And this is what Jerome needs to do here, Gerard. He needs to give the ball flight. He needs to attack. Forget those flat deliveries. That's not going to do him any good. All they have to do is to put bat on it and they're getting runs. This is much better.
And Area Jerome does have a little bit of height, so it's also going to help with that flight, as you say.
I would like to see a leg slip for him and also a regulation slip. Put some pressure on Latif, because Latif is batting pretty comfortably at the moment.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. I think Bechu is wasted there at a short third.
Yeah, because every time the ball goes to Bechu at short third, they get a run. This is a lovely shot by Latif and a good bit of running. So they get 2. So a good shot. Jerome probably tiring as well. His ball is 6-4 for 11. He has been very, very good. I think it's probably time for him to just hold himself back for one. Probably bring back Cahill Thomas and see what can happen. 52 for 5 after 18. Great rivalry between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana over the years. Trinidad and Tobago looking resplendent in their red tops. The Guyanese, as always, looking pretty sharp with their gold and red and green as well as black.
Nitiam Mongru. It is. The ball changed hands about 4 times whilst trying to decide who to bowl from this southern end. But Mongru it is the final decision. Nitiam Mongru. There's also Kishav Mongru in the team. He took that running catch earlier in the innings.
This time he tries. A good bit of fielding there by Zion. No, in fact, it's Nityam Mongru. Yes. Well, I think there's a battle out there between Mongru and Zion for the shortest man.
You could add a Cahill Thomas into the mix.
Yes.
I think Zion Phillip wins out by about 2 inches.
There's Mongru. Nicely forward is Ramsey Hall. Played away again. So, your thoughts on this move to have Mongru in?
As you mentioned, the skipper himself may want to hold himself back, so he possibly thought bringing in this young chap to have a bowl, see how he looks from this end.
Swept away nicely. That's a good shot by Ramsey Hall. And they're going to come back for 2. So that's 2 more. As I said before, every 2. It's like a 4 when you're defending 88.
Have a look at him from this end, and if the over goes well, it allows for him to mix his bowling attack from the other end, probably holding himself back, bringing back Cahill from the other end.
This is played away the short mid wicket. So Ramsey Hall is on 10. It's the end of the over. After 1954 for 5, so 13 overs to get 34 runs. Now if they're going to get in a few tight overs here, push the run rate to about 3. That could be another factor.
Yeah, definitely. It's what's needed. Dot balls will always build pressure.
The Trinidad and Tobago parents there on the western side of the ground, turning out in their numbers to support the team. Trinidad and Tobago vs Guyana 4-match goodwill series.
It was just in your shot, the young chap walking around with the elder gentleman. I think that's Jordan Julian, actually, who was selected in the 14 but was unwell at the start of the series. And, he actually felt a lot better today, so he came out to lend his support with his granddad. They're hoping that he's going to be fit and well enough to play on Sunday.
As fit as Joel, or as fit as Jason? Well, Jerome is continuing, and that's a lovely shot there by Latif. They should get 2 here. thought the young man should have held himself back for 1 over and trying something else from that end. These two, they have shown that they have been comfortable against him. It's probably tiring a bit. It's very hot out there, and he's a young man. Very young man.
But that exuberance of youth is probably the reason he's bowled on the trot, because he would have picked up those wickets, and he would have told himself, hey, I can get more, I can get more, I can get more. And being the captain as well, the responsibility factor.
Yeah, but I think what he needs to do here is to put some pressure on these guys. They're just getting these runs too easily now. He needs to put some pressure. At least for his final 3 deliveries, he should be doing that, but he's not. Quicker. There's no value in those quicker deliveries.
But there you see the evidence of what I mentioned earlier. There were a couple of quicker deliveries that he strayed outside the off stump and allowed the batters just to play through the line and get those singles.
And the line is an issue there.
But when he's flatter and straighter, they tend to play it to the fielders.
Full toss, driven nicely through backward point. This is going to run away close to the boundary. And they're going to come back for 2. The rest, remember, the outfield is heavy. So it's now 58 for 5. And good spell of bowling there by Jerome. 4 for 15 of 7. A good spell by the young man. He has to come off now.
So it's going to be interesting to see who he turns to now. That he's completed his 7 overs.
30 runs required in 12 overs.
Current run rate just under 3. The required run rate just about 2.5 runs and over. And the umpires made the signal that after this over, the 21st over, there's going to be a drinks break.
That's very important. That's very good by the umpire, because it's very hot out there, and the kids need to be rehydrated. Too short. Again short. Signal wide. This is problems here now, because they're going to take 2, and that will now take the score along by 4.
Yeah, so 4 more added to the total. 2 for this wide signal by umpire Wilson, and the 2 runs that they ran. So again, Vinod, what you were talking about earlier, even at this level of cricket, getting rid of those wide deliveries, because it hurts you more than even in the international arena sometimes, because you let 2 runs slip by.
.62 for 5 at the moment. 26 to get off 69. Driving.
Mongrel is giving the ball some generous flight on occasions.
Yeah, Mongrel, you have to agree with what Mongrel is doing, because he's trying to buy a wicket here.
Yeah. Now he's flighting the ball nicely, but on occasions just a bit too full. Not allowing the ball to really dip in from that flight and get some purchase. And there you see evidence of a little bit of turn there. This was the end where Brandon Henry got a lot of turn.
So 21 gone, 62 for 5.
As the players avail themselves of hydration, so will we. As we welcome you back here to the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver, Trinidad under 13s versus Guyana under 13 in this good old bilateral series. And young Samir Budu has come into the attack from the northern end with skipper Riyad Jerome completing his allotment of 7 overs. Hence the bowling change and 1 run off the first delivery. Just to remind you that when they batted, Trinidad and Tobago would have gotten to 87 for 3 in their 87 for 4, I beg your pardon, in their allotment of 32 overs before the rain came. In fact, it's supposed to be a 40 over affair, and Guyana are chasing 88 for victory. Still 25 runs adrift of their target, with 5 wickets in hand. As I welcome in besides me a man who is usually behind the camera. Good afternoon to you, Joel.
Good afternoon, Basso. How are you?
I am good. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you since the KFC Cup.
Well, we have been doing a lot of stuff, so, you're out there.
And as you sat down, we have the evidence because the boss has just taken a picture of us here. So I expect my phone to be going off. The group chat is going to go off.
Well, let's see, we have the youngsters here, out there in the hot sun. Out there, it's very hot.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, of course, this is a goodwill bilateral series at the end of 22, 65 for 5. Guyana under 13s chasing 88 for victory. Of course, Guyana under 13s and Trinidad under 13s, Trinidad and Tobago under 13s played last year in Guyana, and Trinidad and Tobago came out victorious on that occasion. Here in Trinidad, though, the favor has been returned. Of course, this is the brainchild of President Hassan Bassarath, CWI Vice President, and it's expected that this is going to lend itself to having a regional tournament and also being the feeder ground for West Indies cricket moving forward.
Especially when you start from the grassroots, when you start from the grassroots coming up, you mold the minds, mold cricketers out of these young guys.
And as Nitya Mongru starts for another over from the southern end, and no chance of a single there. And I was telling, I mentioned in the first innings when Guyana were bowling. Here's one, and his appeal for stumping, and coming forward was Latif, but not making any contact on the ball. But this end, the bowling from this end, there is some purchase on the wicket, on the pitch, and
there's some good keeping.
There you see. Not really coming forward was Latif, though. As you said, a good keeping by Adrian Singh, the wicketkeeper. I was mentioning in the first innings that the Guyanese chaps, they're really inquisitive. Their captain Brandon Henry came upstairs here. He was behind the camera. He wanted to know how it worked. He wanted to come and see how our producer Jason here is doing his thing. He got the chance to meet Jason on Tuesday when the game was rained out. So they're really, really inquisitive. So, as you said, at that stage to shape their minds.
Shape their minds, 22, 57 balls. They look like they had a pretty good game today,
I think they're a bit G'd up from being at the Lara Cricket Academy yesterday. I told Vinod a while ago that they had the honor of meeting Shimron Hetmaya at the academy yesterday.
That's really good. It's really good.
Mongru again, another well-flighted delivery. I mentioned to Vinu that no sooner than the West Indies and India had come off the field at the end of the game, Hetmaya hadn't even taken off his kit yet, and he ran all the way from the players' pavilion to the southwestern end of the Lara Cricket Academy to greet these young chaps. Here's one, an appeal straight, and the slow finger of umpire Wilson. He's given him.
He's out.
So Guyana here slipping into some trouble, and you can see here probably not the type of shot you want to be playing for a ball on that length by Vice Captain Ramdiol, but he's been adjudged out LBW to Mongru by umpire Wilson.
And you could see the expression as his face is very happy, you know, to get that wicket.
Most definitely. And this now means that Guyana only have 4 wickets in the bag. And Bomesh Lal, who effected in the first innings, he effected a wonderful run out to get rid of Zion Phillip. And he's going to be coming out to bat. But as we were chatting about it, Hetmeyer had run all the way from the pavilion, all the way to the southwestern end, just below the TTCB VIP booth. And you could see these young chaps, they were so eager to meet Shimron Hetmeyer, who most of them obviously being from Guyana would look up to Hetmeyer and Romario Shepherd in particular. And Hetmeyer was all too willing to take pictures, and a couple of them even jumped the fence and they wanted to
exactly.
go and hug him
up. At that age, you know, meeting these stars, or so should say stalwarts, you know, in the cricket arena, you know, anyone would be happy to meet them, you know, and that's that boost, as I now say, is that boost to the mental, and know that I'm playing cricket, I could play towards being one.
Exactly so. Yeah. Exactly so. I mean, I got goosebumps when Brian Charles Lara walked past me last evening at the Brian Lara Academy, so far less with these young chaps.
Yes.
But of course, Guyana chasing 88 for victory, still needed 22 from 55 balls. And Trinidad and Tobago under 13, they are fighting here and taking wickets, the name of the game. And Nitya Mungru has done just that on the back of some wonderful bowling from his skipper Riyad Jerome, who is taking 4 wickets in the piece. Nitya Mungru adding to it.
I see the weather is holding up very nicely this afternoon. You know, we had some rain this morning. I had to reduce the overs because it's holding up pretty fine this afternoon. Bit of a little overcast, but holding up pretty fine.
As we look out from where we're perched, the entire day you could see clouds rolling across that northern range and that northern part of Trinidad, and I presume that the capital city would have gotten some showers today from what we've seen.
A lot of clouds.
So at the end of 23 overs, Guyana under 13s are 66 for 6 now. And just waiting a confirmation of the bowler from that northern end. And a slip now being employed here by
a bowler from the northern end, that's Boudou.
Yes, a young Boudou, Samir Boudou.
Yeah.
Justin Pamphil stands ready at slip. Adrian Singh, the wicketkeeper. Oh, straight past Pamphil. But luckily Beatrice there at a short third, so there's no run. Of course, Joel, a lot of sports going on here in Trinidad and Tobago, and the Commonwealth Games, youth games have started.
Yes. Blackrock Tobago on Hainsey Crawford Stadium, that's in Port of Spain.
So the opening ceremony would have taken place at the official opening ceremony at Hainsey Crawford.
And newly refurbished Hainsey Crawford.
Of course, named after our first Olympic gold medal.
Yes. Hainsey Crawford.
So a really tight infield here. All the fielders in the inner ring, creating some pressure.
You need 19 and 52 ball, well, 51 balls.
A bit of a fumble here in the field from young Nitya Mongru, and that fumble allows them to come through for the single. So it is something that Trinidad and Tobago, just looking at them today, of course it's the first time they've been in the field in this one, because the rained out affair on Tuesday, Trinidad would have batted and didn't get the chance to defend their score.
Yeah.
This one hiked away, just only managing to get to that short mid-wicket fielder. They didn't get the chance to reply because when the rains came, and they did come, I tell you, on Tuesday, They came with a vengeance.
Yes.
And probably the better for Trinidad and Tobago, who were 43 for 9 when they Reigns came. He has one out just short of the bowler.
He stopped that one.
Doing well to stop the delivery from passing him. And, this one a full toss. And just played back by Latif, who's looking a little bit more comfortable now at the end of 24 overs. 70 for 6 Guyana under 13s. And this innings extras accounting for 19. And of course in this type of cricket, wides account for 2 runs. So that 19 is skewed a bit by the fact that it's just about 8 wides and then a couple of no balls as well in the innings. So this is going to be the final over of the second power play. So power play 1 would have been 1-7. Power play 2, 8-25. And 26-32 will be the third power play. And this one is flatter by Mongru. And just turned away through that point region, and they come through for 1 run. And I don't think it's going to matter much, the power play, in terms of having fielders outside of the inner ring, because with the target well within sight for Guyana, I think Captain Riyad Jerome will want to have as many fielders in the ring to stop those singles, because a single here and a single there, and Guyana will get over their target.
I must say, Mongru is bowling pretty well. You know, he's trying to get him off wickets. As a youngster, keeping this momentum and pace in good bowling is only grooming for betterment.
Yeah, it is, definitely. And they're only going to get bigger. They're only going to grow into their bodies and get stronger. And the muscle memory of playing cricket and practicing your craft as much as possible is definitely going to be something, if you want to go to that next level, that they're going to have to do.
Beautiful initiative to have beautiful tournaments like these for the younger kids. As I say, drill their minds, you know.
I'm one that's looking forward to see where this goes, because as I mentioned, President Bassarat, Vice President of CWI, Assam Bassarat, speaking about this being a feeder and development from grassroots. I would love to see a regional under 13, a regional under 15, a regional under 17, and a regional under 19 being played, and then feeding into the national teams, and then eventually feeding into the West Indies team, and not just for the boys but the girls as well.
Exactly.
Of course, in women's cricket, the #1 all-rounder in the world is our West Indian captain, Hayley Matthews. So definitely looking forward to these type of initiatives growing into more cricket being played for the young chaps.
And then, you know, in future, when you have corporate people come into the mix, into the younger generation, and sponsoring and putting out, we got a lot more out of it. You know what I mean? A lot more out of the cricket.
So at the end of the second power play, at the end of 25 overs, 71 for 6. Guyana still 17 runs adrift of their target of 88. And bowling figures of 4 for 15. The pick of the bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago, their captain, Riyad Jerome. Latif is still there on 11. Lal, who's just come to the wicket, is on 2. And of course, as you mentioned, the corporate investment into the grassroots and tournaments and bilateral series like this. Of course, we must say thanks to Price Club and Tiger Tanks, the title sponsors of this bilateral series. And of course, thank you to Pioneer Trading as well.
17 and 42 balls.
You would think that Guyana would get over the line here. But of course, they only have 4 wickets in hand, so 4 good deliveries. And Trinidad and Tobago
it's game over.
might very well get over the line before them. This one a slower delivery, really slow from Samir Budu here, and just tucked away into the leg side. So nothing risky needed by Guyana. This is good cricket from the young chaps. And here's a quick second run here.
Coming back up.
So well judged the second run by Lal. Tucking into the mid-wicket region, acres of space out there. And young Bomish Lal, who is from Royal Strikers and comes from Wakinaman in Essequibo. Of course, a good afternoon to all those in Essequibo, all those in Demerara, all those in the capital of Georgetown. And this one is popped up in the air and
couldn't reach it on time.
Luckily for Lal, it fell halfway up the pitch. So no chance for Budu to really get to it and take the catch. But you can see they're trying to turn a ball that was well outside the off stump, trying to turn it to the leg side. He would have probably been better served playing the ball to the off side rather than trying to turn it to the leg side, getting that leading edge, popping it up into the air. He decided to bowl a little quicker here now as Samir Budu, almost angered by the fact that he didn't get the chance to take that catch.
And as you say, proper deliveries, they could take those wickets.
As one of full tosses, he peeled for a leg before, but
umpire said no.
The person that matters, umpire Andrews at the top end, at the northern end, says no, not out. And after 26, 73 for 6 Guyana.
Run needed from 36 ball.
And of course, just 2 runs are coming from that previous over from Budu. But dot balls definitely will create that pressure. And as Mongru, Nitya Mongru returns from the southern end. And young Boland, Abdiel Boland, the opening batter for Trinidad and Tobago there, standing at mid-off. Here's Mongru. This one is wide outside the off stump, and just enough room for Latif to just free the arms and punch it past the cover point fielder, and they pick up an additional run. And this is all that will be needed by Guyana. 2 runs to the over, and they will get over the line. This one is
nice
a played uppishly, but over the extra cover fielder into the vacant extra cover region, and they're going to complete the 2 runs easily. And the required run rate now goes down even further with that one. So just 12 runs, Joel?
Yes, 12 runs needed. There's another appeal. Nothing by the umpire.
And the umpire, of course, is the person that matters. This one is popped up into the, yes, he's popped this one up into the air, and a really short delivery there from Mongru, and quicker through the air as well, because he was flatter on this occasion. And I'm gonna just get confirmation for you. I believe it was Zion Phillip who took that catch, but we'll have to see again if it was indeed Zion Phillip who took that catch. And yes, it is Zion Phillip.
Yeah.
The tiniest chap on the field, in fact. So wicket number 7 going down here for Guyana, and the score on 76 is still 12 runs adrift, Joel.
Yes, Mongreux is having a field day out there with that bowling.
Yeah, so he's now picked up his second wicket as a Mongreux.
Henry going in.
This is the skipper himself, Brandon Henry. The young chap who I mentioned to you, Joel, he was really inquisitive on the first day. As you take a look at it here again, really a shortish delivery.
Beautiful catch. Look
But
at that.
he really beautiful catch, as you said, Joel. Really good technique.
Yes.
Judging the flight of the ball coming to him, good balance,
proper stance,
everything. Our producer has said that Joel would have dropped that catch.
I would have tried my best.
Well, I'm not going to get between you and the producer. I told Vinod earlier that my mom always said when big people are having arguments and discussions, you stay out. So I'm going to stay out. So
it's 12 needed in 32 balls.
And, Captain Brandon Henry, who bowled really well with a left arm off spin. He's also a very meticulous captain, and when you get the chance and you see the first innings when they were in the field, you'll see how meticulous he was. Every delivery, always adjusting his fielders, just 2 steps here, 2 steps there, moving from here, moving there. And it really shows. Let's see how he goes with the bat. This one is way above the waist. No signal from the umpire though, so judged to be a fair delivery.
Yeah.
This one really slow.
And he stops it again there.
So the Guyana batting card, of course, a top score of 12 now. Latif and Justin Dowling and Ramdiol both getting 11. The other batters to get into double figures. So at the end of 27, just 5 overs remaining. Guyana 76 for 7. Still just 12 runs adrift of their target score of 88. Remember, a 32 over affair, not 40 overs as originally planned because of the rain interruption at the end of the first innings, coming towards the end of the first innings around the lunch break. So, in this
a deduction on over.
Yeah, so there was a deduction on the overs. And of course, just some minor adjustments in terms of the power play and how many bowlers can bowl. How many overs bowlers can bowl. As we see here, a bowling change from the northern end.
Justin.
Yes, Justin Pamphil, who is going to come in for his first over, in fact, with 5 overs remaining in the innings. So interesting move here by Riyad Jerome to bring on Pamphil. Starts with 1 on the off stumper, turning in to Latif, and Latif turns away the delivery into the mid-wicket region. And Latif with a pretty open stance, as you see his back leg way outside leg stump. And, good from Pamphil, keeping the ball on that off stump line just outside of it. And this one drifting into the pads, and Latif does well just to turn it into some
back inside.
Into some space and taking that single. So just a bit of a hold up here as Henry settles himself. Remember, Henry has just come to the wicket. He's only faced 2 balls so far. This one turned away into mid-wicket, picked up by Zan Phillip, and even the throw in to Adrian Singh can't stop the single. This This one wider outside the off stump, and he throws his hands at it. A lovely looking shot. And, it's not going to get to the boundary. The outfield probably still a bit heavy after the earlier rains, but 2 runs added to the total. So Guyana are now 80 for 7 with 1 delivery to go in the 28th over. So
8 balls in 12 balls. 8 runs in 12 balls. Sorry, 8 balls and 25 balls.
Yep. So the end of the 28th over, Guyana 80 for 7. At the end of the 28th over, Trinidad and Tobago was 68 for 4. And it was at this point that Trinidad and Tobago, between overs of 22, thereabout, and 32, Trinidad and Tobago were building some momentum in their innings with young Justin Pamphil, who just bowled, would have been at the wicket and really starting to get some momentum into his innings. And then the rains came, so Trinidad and Tobago might feel a little hard done by it. But take nothing away from Guyana. They have played well today. Even losing 7 wickets, they have been quite responsible with the batter, just as disciplined as they were with the ball earlier in the day, as Nitia Mongru returns. And this one turned away back with a square by Brandon Henry. And 1 more added to the total. And of course, earlier in the day, Guyana would have won the toss, and they would have opted to field the first. And I think that was in main part, Joel, because they bowled really well on Tuesday, having Trinidad and Tobago 43 for 9. There's an appeal from behind, but really only Adrian Singh was interested in it. A ball just hanging outside wide outside the off stump by Mongru, and Latif just really kind of poking at it. And probably the noise of him hitting the ground, Adrian Singh thought it was an edge. This one closer to the off stump, and picked up in the gully region by looks like Jaden Siratan there in the gully region. Here's one outside the off stump, and a bit of turn here from Nitya Mongru. And I mentioned earlier as well to Vinu that this end here, the southern end, the bowling from this end, there is some turn for the bowlers. But Mongru and they have not really put the ball on the wicket.
He missed that one.
Yeah, so
but as I say, the outfield is a pretty heavy, so the ball is not running how it was supposed to run.
Yeah, and another misfield from Trinidad and Tobago, allowing 3 runs there on this occasion. And luckily, though, as you say, the heavy outfield, on another day that might have been 4 runs with that misfield.
And it's game over.
Yeah, having said that, it is 4 runs needed now.
From 19 balls.
And punching through the covers, but not getting past that fielder there at extra cover. So after 29 overs, Guyana under 13, 84 for 7. So just 3 overs remaining in this one, and just 4 runs needed, and young Sanjeev Bechu is going to come into the bowling attack for the first time. Sanjeev Bechu in the squad actually as a replacement for Jordan Julian, who became unwell at the beginning of this series, and he is here actually at the National Cricket Centre. He's feeling a lot better, and they expect Jordan Julian to return to the team on Sunday's encounter. And he starts with a wide one, and that wide one from Bechu is going to account for 3 runs, because now that we're into the final 3 overs, Yeah, it's going to be 3 runs, a 2 run by the batters and a 1 for the wide. It's not the 2 just yet. And young Latif thought there were 2 runs from the wide. Had it been outside of the final 3 overs, the wide would have accounted for 2 runs and then the game would have been over. But we're in the final 3 overs, so wides and now go back to what we are accustomed to.
We still need 1.
They do. So all the fielders in the ring. Just missing his run up there is Bechu. Or maybe it's a bit of sportsmanship. And Latif just rehearsing that sweep shot. As we see the Guyanese lads ready to invade.
Run out on the field.
Well, it is the first completed game in the series. And that's manager Rian Da Costa with the flag.
You can see how they are so happy.
Well flighted delivery and punched away backward of point, and that a single backward of point will bring the victory for Guyana under 13s. And as Joel said, you can see how happy they are, as evidenced of the team running onto the park, running onto the pitch.
Game over.
Game over, and by our calculations, Vice Captain Richard Ramdial will be the player of the match.
Seen all the happy parents, eh?
Yeah, these are the Guyanese supporters, the fans, the parents, and family. The horns blowing, the music blaring, the flag flying high, and of course the customary greetings at the end of all encounters. The Guyana team and the Trinidad and Tobago team, and you can see there Mr. Da Costa reminding his troops that, hey, we've won, but we still have to greet the Trinidad and Tobago
Respect
team.
As always.
And that is good, as you said, they shape their minds.
Yeah.
So they're so happy and thrilled with the victory. They were ready to run off and meet their parents and so on. But of course, the first completed game in this bilateral series, Joel. So Guyana now lead the 4-match series 1-0. Doing the same thing the West Indies did yesterday, going 1 up.
1 up.
So we still have 2 more games in this Goodwill bilateral series, as we see managers and coaches and support staff there of the Trinidad and Tobago team going on to the park to greet the players and congratulate them as well. Kenneth Samuel, Azad Mohammed and Sarah Ali, the management team of the Trinidad and Tobago unit. You can see manager there, Mr. Azad Mohammed, with his back to you. Greeting all of the players, the Guyana flag flying high. And but I must say that this series has been played in good spirits. And you would have seen the Guyana manager, the Trinidad and Tobago manager, they would have been chatting during the games, before the games, after the games, and it's always an exchange of information. So once again, welcome the initiative from CWI Vice President, Mr. Assam Basarat, to have an under-13 tournament, an under-13 bilateral series, Goodwill series, and hopefully we can get it into being a regional series.
Exactly. We want to see it go further than this, much further. The youths to develop a lot more, to go higher, and each stage go up, and see them play a West Indies, or play a tour outside. It'd be really, really nice to see these youths, and it'd be very good for them, as I say, to drill their mind from now, and they will become the wider wings.
Of course, and I am one that believes, Joel, and you like myself follow a lot of sports, football, cricket, basketball, and so on. As we see here, Amir Rahaman, I beg your pardon.
Yes.
Amir Rahaman, the coach of the Guyana team. And you like myself, Joel, follow a lot of sports, and a lot of times we think that you have to be a specific age to break into the senior team. Or Haley Matthews made her debut at age 15, 16. Anisa Mohammed made her debut at 14. Some of the great players around the world would have made their debut as teenagers. So it's not very far off for some of these chaps who are 13 years old. And it is something that possibly we may see one of these chaps in about 4 or 5 years in a West Indian t-shirt in the maroon of the West Indies. We may very well see a couple of them in and around their senior teams in terms of the Guyana senior team and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. So definitely a welcome initiative and a wonderful day of cricket. It's so wonderful to have you with me, Joel. And,
it's been a pleasure.
It's been wonderful to have you. Brought the sun with you. I must say, you brought the sun with you, and we've had an entire completed day of cricket. And congratulations to the Guyana under 13. You're now 1-0 up in the format series. Two games to go on Sunday the 6th and Tuesday the 8th. And for now, though, we leave you with some shots of the victorious Guyana team going through their warm downs, along with the Trinidad and Tobago national team going through their warm downs, and shots of the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain, Couva, with the velodrome, the cycling velodrome in the background. We bid you adieu for now, and we will be back here on Sunday from just about 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning for the third encounter, where hopefully from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective they can get even, or from a Guyana perspective they can lock up the series and take an unassailable 2-0 lead. But for now, from all of us here at Cricket 360 TV, our cameraman Matthew, our producer Jason, Vinod Mamchan, Joel, and myself, Gerard Basso, it's been a pleasure being with you, and look forward to seeing you on Sunday.